Hello everyone, welcome to yet another session by Scalar, and in this particular session we're going to look into Android developer roadmap with Wordle Clone. So now before we move on with this session, please make sure to subscribe to Scalar's channel so that you don't miss our upcoming videos, and also leave a like if you enjoy our content. If you have any queries, leave a comment down below and we would love to help you out. So now let's understand what will be covered in this session. To start with, we'll straight up look into the Android developer roadmap. So once we understand about that, then we'll compare the two languages which is clearly popular in Android development, which is Kotlin versus Java. After that, we'll look into OOPS and Android concepts, which are really important for an Android developer. And finally, we'll be looking into the project where we'll be creating a Wordle clone using Flutter. So Flutter is an Android or an iOS development application which could be used, right? So guys, now without any delays, let's begin with it.
Hi, this is Arnav, and in this video we're going to be discussing what would be the ideal roadmap and what are the things that you need to learn to become a professional Android developer. Quickly, a little bit about myself. So previously I was heading the mobile engineering team at Zomato, and I took care of the revamp of the Zomato app that happened in 2019 and 20. And then I've been working as the lead engineer of the Android team in Target, India. In my journey as a professional Android developer, I have had the opportunity to interview almost close to 150 candidates for different kinds of roles, whether an entry level SD2, lead engineer kind of roles. I have been had the opportunity to interview all of them, and this video is going to be taking from all of those learnings to give an idea about what are the expectations that an Android developer in a professional setup at different levels, whether somebody is an associate or a junior Android developer fresh out of college and they have joined. What are the things that we expect out of them? What are the things that we expect at later stages? So you could be just getting started with development or programming at the basics level. You could have worked on a little bit of UI development, maybe made websites or something, which can be a great advantage if you are working on another platform which is also UI based. And you could also be somebody who has tinkered with Android Studio, downloaded it and tried their first app maybe, but they're trying to understand what are the things that are required, what are the prerequisites for landing an Android development job. Now I'll just give you a quick overview of what are the kind of different levels that people are looking for when they're hiring Android developers. So at a basic Android engineer level, we are looking for somebody who can join an existing Android team. There are other developers there, and you can give them features to work on. You can give them very specific specifications that the screen should look like this, clicking on that, the data should go there, and they're able to build that. As you become a more senior Android engineer, especially somebody who has 2 years or more under their belt, that kind of person would be somebody in a very big complex app. They could be given an entire vertical inside that app. So for example, inside Zomato's app, somebody could be responsible for the restaurant page, the entire restaurant listing page, or somebody could be responsible for the entire order and checkout experience, and somebody could be responsible for your profile page, wallets, cards that are getting added, the entire payment experience. They might be working with a team of 3-4 more other engineers, but they are completely responsible for the portion that they are working on. And for smaller apps, they could be responsible for the development of the entire app. And finally, like the Android team leads or the architects or principal engineer kind of roles that we have. In that case, we are expecting somebody who can talk to product and business teams and understand what the requirement is, and they can kind of visualize what has to be built inside the app. They can think of the larger architecture that needs to be done inside that app, and they can allocate that work to the team. They are the ones who are taking the decisions on whether you're building an app in MVVM or MVP, whether something's supposed to be reactive, or where the data needs to be cached locally or something like that. Those kind of decisions are getting taken by those people. So let's take a look at what are the requirements that you need to get to one of those places. But before that, I would love to clear a few very frequently asked questions that I face when I mentor people in Android development. So the first question is, I do not know programming at all. Should I start learning Android development? The short answer to that for me is no. I would say that you must understand basic programming to a level where you can deal with some data structures and algorithms, and you're hands-on with coding, so that when you start working on Android, right, by that time, syntax of the code is not something you're already fighting with. Okay. Next, I think a lot of people ask is whether they need to know Java before they start Android. I would say that if you know Java already, it's going to be a very, very beneficial thing. When I personally started learning Android, I did not actually know Java, and I knew C++. And obviously I had to a little bit understand the syntax while I went with it. By the way, currently people who are working on Android development, new Android developers, everybody is working on Kotlin these days. But it runs on the Java virtual machine itself. So an understanding of Java definitely goes a long way towards helping you get started with Android. Another question that people ask a lot is how much data structures and algorithms should I know before I begin? And to answer that question, I would say that if you are very clear with the basic set of data structures like linked lists, hash maps, stacks, queues, these kind of things, and you know how the operations work, and you know which data structure is suitable in which kind of a use case, that should be placing you up at a good point to start getting into Android development. Some of the very complex data structures like traversing graphs and trees and creating red-black trees, BSTs, those kind of things might not be needed when you get started with Android development. On a day-to-day basis, those are things we don't need while we're building apps. Okay, what are the minimum specifications of my laptop or PC, and do I need to have an Android phone? For this, I would say like you do need a little bit of powerful computer because the running the Android Studio, of course, takes a bit of resources. So something equivalent of a at least 8 Gen, 9 Gen Core i5 kind of machine. At least I would say at least 8 GB of RAM. 16 is kind of preferable if you have. While the compilation process, it really helps if you have that. Do you need an Android phone? You definitely, I would say yes. You can run things on an emulator on your laptop, but that both slows down your laptop, and more than that, it's much easier to test if you actually have a device to test on. So I generally suggest going for that. Final question is making Android games and Android apps similar. This is something some people ask. They ask that whether when I start Android development, will that enable me to make games? I just want to clarify that what we're talking about today is about making Android apps, like some of the popular apps like Google's app, Facebook app, Twitter, these WhatsApp, these kind of apps. They are not similar at all to how games are made. Games are made in a very different way, and actually the way games are made for Android or iOS or even for desktop, that's all very similar. So that gets into learning Unreal Engine or Unity and making games using that. This is not related to that actually. Okay, so big question, Kotlin or Java when you get started with. I would strongly suggest that if you're getting started today, you should get started with Kotlin, because the world in the Android development side, everybody is moving towards Kotlin in a big way. And even apps which are 8 years, 10 years old, which was primarily written in Java, the entire app, most of such apps, I know a lot of my friends in the industry, the code bases have become almost 50% in Kotlin, and it's continuously increasing. So maybe in a couple of years, you would probably very rarely find big Android apps that are written majorly in Java anymore. So if you're starting today, definitely Kotlin is the way to go. Okay, so things that are needed to get started off before you start even opening Android, I would say, is that object-oriented concepts and Java and Kotlin semantics. These are some things that I would place them firmly in the prerequisite bucket. So understanding things like, especially if you're coming from a different language, then how interfaces, abstract classes, the basic object-oriented nature of how Java works. Then is the dealing with the basic data structures that exist inside Java from before. So array lists, hash map, how the iterator works. So it's called Java collection framework in a group. So understanding that is also something very important when you start off with Android development, I would say. A very good understanding of different kinds of visibility. So what is a package? What is package visibility? What is public? What is private? How inheritance works? You should be very clear and thorough with all of these things. And finally, I think an understanding of how the exception management works. So when something goes wrong, exception is thrown, what is a stack trace? How do you try catch? They are kind of the basic stuff that I would say are prerequisites before we get started with Android development. Next, I would be, starting off with the basic skills that you need to learn in Android before you can start applying to, an entry-level Android engineer position. So the steps to do it is, first, obviously, go to developer.android.com, set up your Android Studio, open it, make your first project using the wizard, and even before editing any lines of code or anything, just build that app and see it runs on a device. That itself is quite a journey, because you will face issues in setting up maybe the Java SDK, maybe in setting up the Android Studio, understanding the project structure. That's the first step of the journey to do. After that, as you start learning things within Android, the first few things to learn is understanding what activities are. So, and then how layouts work. So activities are basically windows. So every time an app is opened on your screen, that's an activity, right? Layouts are how the UI is created on your Android phones. So how do you place a button at some place? How do you center things? How do you make a scrollable list? Those kind of things are, in the layouts. So when you're working with layouts, it's kind of important to understand a couple of concepts like what's a frame layout, what's a linear layout, what's a constraint layout, understanding which kind of layout you should use in what kind of a use case. Because for example, something like constraint layout gives you unlimited freedom of designing a screen, but then obviously it's more complex to actually render compared to something like frame layout, which allows you much more limited options on placing things on the screen, but it's much simpler for Android UI to actually render it as well. Okay. Then the different kind of widgets that exist on Android, which is basically your, where you can put a text, where you can put a editable text where people can type, where you can put a button, where you can put an image, how those things, come together. That's kind of the things that you should just get started off. Then, again, we will come back to a little bit of theoretical and conceptual things that you need to understand at this level. So we need to understand that, what is the concept of event-driven programs versus procedural programs. So a lot of people who start off with Android development, they're coming from probably history of making command line apps where the command line program says enter the next number and you enter it. Okay, then it says enter the second number and you enter it. So basically the program is dictating what the user is supposed to do, right? In UI driven and real world application, it's more event driven. So even if you have a calculator, any of your calculator's logic does not run till the user presses the equal to button. Okay, so before that they will press some numbers and something on the screen. So your logic depends on a listener kind of logic. So it is going to be listening for people clicking a button, and whenever it listens that okay, a button has been clicked, you have to run certain parts of your logic. Okay, so the logic would not run in a linear fashion. The logic would be written in terms of functions and kept in the code, and then there will be different listeners, like listen for the app to be opened, listen for the button to be clicked, and when such something is listened for, then a certain function is going to be running. So this is very different from a very linear flowchart kind of driven pattern that you start off when you're working with basic programming. Now when you're doing real world UI apps, you have to understand how this event driven model of UI event driven model of programming works. Okay. So then as you explore more in the Android world, what are the kind of very important concepts that is expected out of anybody who is an Android engineer is the very first thing is the Android activity lifecycle. So when your app opens on the screen, app closes down, when another app is opened on top of your app, what is the life cycle that happens? Because this is a very crucial interview question that everybody asks in Android interviews. Okay. Then different kinds of components that exist inside an Android app, activities which are basically screens that are rendered on the phone, services which are background tasks that can run. Then there are receivers and providers which you learn later on is like whenever some events are happening on your phone, like a charger has been connected, network has been disconnected, network reconnected, phone has rebooted. So those are events, and you can create a receiver to listen to such events. Okay, and providers are a way for your app to provide data to another app, or fetch data from things inside the phone, like fetch contact details, fetch storage data, those kind of things. Okay. Then next thing to understand is a very important concept specific to Android is the concept of intents. So intents are this little piece of information which tells what is the next step that you want to do, especially when you're going from one app to another app. Okay, so there can be a share intent, which is like when you open your gallery, you have your photo and you click on the share button, you get a lot of options. You can share it to WhatsApp, you can share it to Facebook, you can share it to Twitter. Those kind of things happen. So that's an intent. That's an intent to share. Similarly, when maybe you're in an email app and you're trying to attach a file, when you click on attach, then it shows like, okay, there's the file manager, there's the gallery. Where do you want to attach from? So that's a maybe file open intent. Okay, so these are different intents. How do we work with intents? How do we go from one activity to another activity? How do we go from one app to another app? It all depends on intents. So understanding intents is core to the understanding of how Android works. Okay. Then on the layout side, we need to spend some time understanding how layouts written in XML interact with Java. how the IDs work in layout. So when we design our UI, it's a little bit like HTML. So we write it in XML, we design a layout, but then that layout has to interact with your Java or your Kotlin code, right? So that's where the IDs are very important. Different IDs, the Kotlin code will actually call that button using that ID, right? Then setting up something like on-click listener, which is basically the event-driven model of working, which I was just speaking before. So you should understand how to set up such listeners. That's the next thing to understand. And then, as you start making actual apps, then we need to understand how to show dynamic data and a list of data. So if you see some of the most common apps that exist in the world, like say Twitter or Facebook or any social media app, they are basically glorified lists. You open the app and it's a feed, it's a list of posts, and every post looks very similar to each other. They have an user avatar, title, the content of the post, and the body of the post, and all that stuff, right? So the data is dynamic. It's coming from the API. It's not hard coded inside the app. It's coming, they're making an API call, downloading that data and showing it on the screen. So how do you show a list of dynamic data? That's very core to understanding how Android apps are supposed to work. And these are things which are kind of like very prerequisite level of Android development needed by everybody to learn. And at this point, you can make a few projects, like you can make a calculator app, or you can make a tic-tac-toe game. These kind of things I would suggest as projects that you can build at this stage, which gives you the level of confidence, to that you are able to actually make Android apps. Okay. Then comes another conceptual stuff. So these white slides basically are where I'm talking about concepts. The blue ones are where I'm talking about Android specific stuff. So when we are starting to build some projects, then the next part which comes that we need to learn is, how do we architect our app? Where does the data go? Where does the logic go? How does the screen behave to user input, and how does the screen show output to the user? So there's generally a model view pattern, where model is the data, view is what the user is seeing, and then along with model and view, there are different frameworks and different architectures we use. There's MVC, which stands for model view controller, model view presenter, model view model. So these are all generally called the MV star family of patterns, where we discuss that this is the data, this is the screen, and here's the piece of the logic that will actually take user input, modify the data, see changes in data, and update it on the screen. What is that framework of logic that will handle that? That's the star there, and there could be different things in star. And these days, what's very common in the Android world is using the MVVM architecture. But when you're going for interviews, it will be expected that what is also MVC and MVP, and you can differentiate between them, and you can tell the pros and cons of each of those architectures. Okay. Separating your concerns, like UI stuff should not, changes in the UI should not need changes in the data layer changes should not need changes in the logic layer. So how to build an app keeping these things separate, that's kind of very important. Okay. So covering these things are very important when you want to start making more complex apps beyond something like a calculator or a tic-tac-toe game, right? Then I think closing up the set of requirements that are needed for every Android developer, even at an entry level, comes the Android architecture components, which is a set of libraries and frameworks created by Google, which helps in most of the common things that are needed while Android development. It's also known by the name of Jetpack. What are fragments? So fragments are pieces of your fragments of your app, basically, which is like a UI plus a little bit of UI related logic inside a fragment. So you can encapsulate slices of views in terms of fragments, and you can reuse the same fragment in different screens of your app, in different activities of your app. So understanding how the fragments work, the life cycle of the fragment. Then in terms of MVVM, which is like a very common pattern these days using Android development, so understanding how the view model works, how does live data work, which is like a reactive way of saving data, changes automatically shown on the screen. The repository pattern, like fetching data from the internet or from a database, how that works. Okay. And a little bit of understanding of local database management using SQLites on Android. Local data is generally stored in SQLite databases, so how do you save that, and using ORMs to do that. At this point, you can make like maybe a task list manager, or people can add tasks, and within every task they can add nodes. These kind of apps you can make at this stage. Okay. And at this stage you should make Android projects using all these architecture components that you have learned. Okay. And finally, there are a bunch of third-party libraries, common Android libraries, which are used in making almost all Android apps. Having a little bit of hands-on experience with them is something people would be expecting, because if you have made any real-world app, even as a side project, they would be using some of these libraries. So for example, for most network-related stuff, we use OKHTTP and Retrofit, which are libraries created by Square open source. Retrofit is for making REST API calls. OKHTTP is for making any network calls. Glide is an image rendering library, which is used to render images from a URL to your phone screen. Then serialization. So when you're making API calls, the data is usually coming in form of JSON or XML. So we use something like Jackson, JSON, or Moshi to do the serialization work, like turning a JSON object into a Java object. Okay, and back as well. So when you're sending data, then a Java object has to be turned back into JSON. Okay. And understanding of, at this stage, you should also be kind of adept at understanding the multi-threaded nature. So Android obviously is a multi-threaded operating system, and you should not be doing some very heavy duty work on the main thread of your Android app, because if you do that, then your UI starts becoming very janky. And then if you do something that holds the UI for more than 4 or 5 seconds, then Android gives a pop-up that application is not responding as well. So any big pieces of logic, data manipulation, those kind of things should happen in background threads while the UI remains free to operate for the user. It does not get stuck. Okay. After you have learned these things, you can probably at a place where you can build something like, there is GitHub's API, using which you can make like an app which tracks the trending repositories on GitHub today, something like that. Or you can use Imgur, which is a photo sharing website, use the API of Imgur and create a clone of Instagram using that data. So these kind of apps you can start making, and these apps now start looking like projects which you can actually put up on the Play Store for fun. These are fun apps, or like some people might even download it and use it. It might not be kind of apps for which you can get funded and run a startup. It's not such big an idea, but these are actually finished apps that you can put up on the Play Store, and then people might download and use it. Side project kind of things can happen out of this. So congratulations, at this point you are an entry-level Android engineer. Most companies which in general are looking for SD1 level Android engineers, they're hiring. This is the level of skill set that they're looking. So everything that we discussed till now, you have to learn all of these things to be able to get into an Android engineer role. Okay, so now that you are qualified as an Android engineer, how do you scale up from here? What are the things that you need to learn to become like a senior Android engineer, and what are the kind of requirements that a professional place would have from Android team leads? Okay, so let's talk about those things. So again, some conceptual things that you need to learn at this stage is you have to go deep into multi-threading. Once you start working on any desktop apps that you're making, or where the backend apps you're making or mobile apps you're making, everywhere, like one of the very important components that make a bridge between like entry-level junior engineers to a senior engineer is the concept of multi-threading, concurrency, parallelism, because as the tasks start getting more complex, you obviously have to parallelize your things. And in terms of Android, it's obviously like a little bit more complicated by the fact that there is one thread which is responsible for drawing the UI of the screen, and you can't do a lot of things there. Okay, there is also restrictions on what are the things that you can do on the main thread. You can't do network actions on the main thread. The app will crash if you do that. Android does not allow doing that. Okay, understanding that what kind of tasks do take more time, like writing data from the disk, writing data from the network. These kind of things can take more time. How do we put them into a background thread? Also, it's important to understand is that the user needs responsiveness. They don't want to feel like the app has paused or stopped or something like that. So keeping all of these things in mind, you have to understand how to do multi-threading, how to create a pool of threads in which some of your computation heavy tasks can be run. And once those tasks are done, how do you show the result back into your UI? Okay, so these are the kind of concepts that are very important to learn. And then you have to go a little deeper into the language specific stuff, like for Java, Kotlin specific things, like understand why we need synchronized methods. So synchronized methods are methods whose body can be executed at a time only by a thread. Okay, understanding what volatile variables are. Volatile variables, are variables whose data could have been changed by a different thread. So again, I'm not getting very deep into these concepts right now in this video, but these are things that you need to understand: how race conditions happen, how synchronized, volatile, why they are used, where they are used. Okay. Then you need to understand a little bit about object-oriented design patterns, which you need as your app starts getting more complex. If you're looking at an app which consists of 15-20 Java files, you don't really start seeing the need for design patterns. But when you have 100 Java files inside your project, you start seeing the need for design patterns, like where would you need a builder pattern, where would you need a factory pattern, something that you want to use only a single copy across the entire app, you can create a singleton for that. So understanding those are definitely very important. Okay. Then there are the higher level patterns. So the OOP patterns are how you write code, but then there are the higher level patterns. What is a clean architecture? So doing domain driven development, where you keep your business logic in the domain does not depend on anything, and then you have data sources which handle the persistence layer. Then you have got the basically the repository layer, the UI layer, the presentation layer. How do you separate all these layers and make them work together? Okay. And then as your project starts becoming complex, as you divide it into different modules, another very crucial toolkit in your bag is going to be dependency injection. So I would suggest you start off with simple dependency injection libraries like Coin, which gives you a little bit of idea about why dependency injection is needed. Because when you start using Coin, you will see that, oh, okay, I was creating this object everywhere. Now I can create a simple Coin DSL and I can just pick that object up from there. My code reduces. You'll visualize why dependency injection is kind of useful. Later on, you should obviously get well versed with the most common dependency injection framework that is used across the Java world and of course across the Android world as well, which is Dagger. Okay, and along with Dagger today there is another library called Hilt, which used along with Dagger makes dependency injection very easy to do on Android. And most big companies with big projects, they are going to be using Dagger. So knowing Dagger is going to be kind of imperative for senior Android engineering roles in those kind of places. Okay. And finally, reactive programming is also something you should take a look at. So a lot of times what happens is that how the data is updated and what to be done when the data is updated, these two pieces of the logic are sometimes written in very different places and you don't want to kind of couple them together. So you write the code which updates the data at some place else, and you write the code of what is to be done when the code is updated, the data is updated at some place else, and then you connect them two with either a stream, a reactive stream, or an event listener or something like that. So there are frameworks around how to do these kind of things, which is the RX framework, which is the reactive programming framework. So for Android specific, there is RX Java and RX Android. By the way, when you're doing Kotlin development, you use RX Java. The name of the library is RX Java only, right? So RX is a way to do reactive programming in Android. There are patterns in Kotlin also specifically that are coming out in like these days. We'll discuss about this. But having knowledge of RX is definitely very important for senior Android roles. Android specific concepts that you also need to add to your arsenal to kind of get to a place where you can say that, okay, I know enough about Android. I have done my things so that I can be given the responsibility for a small app for the features of a big app, right? So runtime permission management. These days you can ask for permission for location. You can ask it only when the app is open or when the app is not open at that time as well. A lot of times when there could be different features in your app, and those features might need permissions that are asked at the runtime to the user while that feature is supposed to be used, rather than taking all the permissions in the beginning. How that works, okay? How background tasks work. So your apps, like say Gmail app, is synchronizing your email and downloading your email and there's attachments in the background at different times of the day. So using Work Manager and Alarm Manager to schedule tasks in your app to happen at different periods and execute them in the background even when that app is not open, or even when the phone screen is off and it is just lying on somebody's desk. How to do those kind of things. So knowing those things are important. Dealing with the operating system level providers of Android, like how to fetch users contact details, read SMSs, storage access, these kind of things. So these are OS level providers. How to use them, that's also something that you need to know. If you deal with multimedia apps, then getting well versed with Exoplayer, which is a third-party library created by Google themselves, but it's not part of Android's core operating system code, which helps you manually fine tune how videos and audio work, buffering them, coding, decoding them, setting the stream speeds, setting the codecs, play live streaming video from a certain RTMP URL on the net, these kind of things. So that's in the multimedia domain of stuff. Okay. Then another vertical that if you work with hyperlocal apps like delivery apps, etc., e-com apps, you get an idea of working is like the GPS framework, collecting location data of the device, and the Google locations and Google Maps, SDKs, so that you can embed maps, show the user's current location in the map, how to do these kind of things. Again, that's very important. Then another vertical, which is if your app works with maybe gestures or movement, or it's a game kind of an app, those kind of apps need understanding of the Android sensor framework. So there is like the light sensor, the accelerometer, the gravitometer, step sensor for how many steps the person has taken if you're making a healthcare kind of related app, and the gesture detection framework like swipe gestures, double tap, and shake, tilt, these kind of gestures. How to detect those kind of gestures, working on those kind of things is also a very nice thing to have in your toolkit. Okay, and finally, connecting with some of these services that Google has made, like Firebase for analytics, for crash reporting, for push notifications, for doing simple machine learning stuff like detecting objects and all. There is MLKit by Firebase. So understanding all of these things are like at a senior Android level, we'll be expecting that you would be knowing these kind of things as well. Okay. So once you've done this, once you've come to this point, so congratulations, you are capable enough to be sitting for interviews for a senior Android engineer role. The fundamentals that we discussed for a basic Android engineer, those are obviously going to be asked, but some of these things like your experience with working on these Android components that we just discussed, those are also starting to be important when you're looking at a senior Android engineering role. Okay. Now that we've understood till here, what is it that you need to push you to that final level where you could be like a Android architect or Android team lead? Okay, let's talk about those things. Okay, so here comes obviously where at a team level, you're not just writing code, but you're setting up culture for the team. You're setting up the way the team works. You're setting up the workflow for the entire team as well. And for that, obviously, you are the one who's responsible for designing and developing testing architecture, how tests are written for your project, how would you automate those tests so every time somebody makes a pull request to the GitHub repository, the tests are automatically going to be running, which tests should run on which kind of pull request, designing those things, automating the release workflow as well, so that making an Android app release should not be a very manual task as your teams start growing, like the kind of teams which need an Android architect or a lead kind of position to handle the Android team. They would also be needing like automation in how the app is released. They would need weekly release cadence so that every week releases happen. So you should have a setup in place so that you can record UI tests, work with the QA team, record UI tests so that they can be automated. Use frameworks like Mockito or Mocha, which can mock out certain parts of the app which while testing are needed. So for example, you want to mock some fake data coming from the API while the tests are running, because real data, you can't run tests on real data because the real data keeps changing. So you can't, so for example, taking an example of Twitter app, right? So if you test with real data, every time you open the app, a different tweet is there at the top because somebody else has tweeted something new by that time. But when you're testing, you would probably want a consistent response. So you can test that, every time I open with this set of response, this is the tweet at the top and I can see it. Okay. So mocking things out in that sense is essential. So all of these, CI/CD testing, mocking, and QA automation. That's a whole bucket of things that are very important, and for most senior Android engineering and beyond kind of roles, like where you're getting on board to be a lead or an architect, there's going to be a lot of interview questions around this, like what are your opinions on this? In a previous place you worked, what kind of automation systems that you had set up? What are your opinions on what will you set up here? If you join us, those questions will be coming, right? Then managing large Android projects become a very defining feature for somebody who wants to be grow more further in the Android vertical and then become an Android architect, is that bigger projects also have bigger teams. So when you have bigger teams, you want to divide the code base in such a way that people's work don't conflict with each other. And to do that, you would be creating separate Gradle modules. At Zomato, we had, I think, 60 plus Gradle modules. At Target, we have 300 plus Gradle modules. Right? I think so. How do you work with code bases which have so many Gradle modules? How do they come together and build? Uber is the famous example of having, I think, more than 1500 modules in their project, right? Then when your build system becomes so complex, so writing custom Gradle scripts so that during the app getting built, there could be some other operations that are happening. There could be analytics of the build itself. So if somebody's build fails, it triggers an alert automatically around that. Okay, pulling in different maybe security keys which are needed to build, those kind of things you have to write down in a build script. So understanding how Gradle works and understanding how alternatives to Gradle like Buck, which is made by Facebook, and Bazel, which is made by Google as separate as alternative to Gradle, which are getting used by some apps these days, because Gradle builds in very big projects can take up to 20-25 minutes time, fresh clean build, right? Build systems like Buck and Bazel have been designed to reduce that build time, make the developer experience better. So a little bit of exploring in those domains would be helpful if you're aspiring to get to that point, right? Creating custom views. So as your app grows and your design team grows, they will be coming up with very bespoke looking UI components, which are very different from what you can achieve with the material design toolkit or what is default available on Android. So how do you make custom, say for example, at Zomato, we had a loader which looked like a slice of pizza. At Target, the Target's logo is circular, so we use that as a loader. How to design custom loaders like that, both like in terms of implementing the, somebody has designed it in After Effects. How do you write that down in Kotlin code, drawing things on the screen pixel by pixel to make those kind of loaders? How do you make custom view kind of components? How do you make a circular view or a star-shaped view? These kind of things, start getting important to know these things. Okay. Then with big apps, what happens is you have to develop some base set of rules that run in every activity, in every recycler view, so that your team does not have to do more and more boilerplate work, right? So every time a new fragment is opened, maybe some analytics data is supposed to be sent to your analytics server. So you would create a base fragment in which you would keep the analytics code, and everybody who is creating a fragment would be extending from the base fragment. Okay. Developing such common patterns inside your app's code base is again something which is going to be expected from you at this point. So writing custom base activities, base recycler views, base fragment that the rest of your team would be using. It starts becoming a little platform level work. It's called platform work because you are developing components that are going to be used by other developers to build features. Okay. Right. And mostly in big teams, your Android leads and architects, they are generally the ones who are leading the platform team. They don't directly work on features. They work on the components that are needed by the rest of the team to make their life easier, right? Performance optimization, using Android Profiler, detecting memory leaks, using leak canary. You should be the guy who should be always looking for ways to make your app smaller, faster, leaner, meaner, all of that stuff. You should be at the forefront of doing those things. As a senior Android engineer, if you develop the attitude as well as the skills to be able to, make your app free of memory leaks, crashes, tune it for faster performance. There are a lot of things like this async layout inflator. So inflating the layout can become a time-taking process if the layout is complex. So there's an asynchronous layout inflator as well, which you could be using. These kind of things start becoming, more and more important. Okay. So, and then finally, you should also be somebody who has a finger on the pulse of the Android ecosystem. Stay in touch with all the latest and greatest stuff that is happening, right? Watch Google I/O, see the direction in which the makers of the Android SDK and the Android OS team, what new things that they are thinking for the next version of Android, right? Stay in touch with those things. New libraries that are coming in alpha level, beta level, trying those out and seeing if they can be useful for your team to use eventually. those things start becoming very important. So today, speaking, it's in 2021, I think some of the latest and greatest today is a lot of people are starting to build UI using Jetpack Compose instead of using XML. So take a look at that, how that is working, right? And evaluate the pros and cons, whether in your team using Jetpack Compose would be a good idea or not. These days in Kotlin, there are a lot of new experimental features like flows, streams, and coroutines, which together can give you an alternative to RxJava. And a lot of apps are starting to move towards that because the syntax is much more easier to see. So how can you develop an alternative to RxJava using coroutines and flows? Something like that. Maybe you can read about that. Dynamic delivery, so you can deliver smaller features of your app later on after the app has been downloaded. So the app size becomes small and people download the app, they can use the basic features. If they try to use a certain other feature, then the separate component of the app will get downloaded. So this is something I was doing at Zomato before I left and I could not actually complete. Was Zomato's chat module is actually written in React Native, so that kind of is it makes the app size of the app 4 or 5 MB more. We could reduce the size of the app by 4 or 5 MB if we remove that. And not everybody is chatting. Like when they download the Zomato app, the first thing that they want to do is order. Like if their order does not go through, they might want to chat. At that point, we can download the chat component into the app and do it. So we can use something like dynamic delivery and feature modules to achieve that. And understanding how these things work, again, would be something that would be your responsibility if you are the Android lead or the architect, right? Like we discussed custom views, similarly custom animations as well using motion layout. Again, latest and greatest stuff. You should cover things like that. Once you've done all of that, so congratulations, you are at the point where you should be looking at within your own team, become somebody who leads initiatives, right? Or when you're looking at openings and there is an Android architect or a lead Android engineer or a principal Android engineer kind of openings, and you are at this point, you have garnered all the experience that I've talked about till now, you can start applying to those kind of positions at this point. Okay. So I hope this was helpful, both the first part and the second part of these videos. And I really hope that people who are starting off in their journey as Android developers, these videos give them an idea of what are the things that they need to know for various levels of Android engineers that the industry is looking for. By the way, to become like a senior or lead Android engineer, there's a lot of system design and low-level design, builder patterns, and design patterns, object-oriented. These kind of things you need to cover. And what better place to cover these things than attend a Scalar masterclass? So visit scalar.com. Just scroll to the bottom. There is you will find a link to the masterclasses. And we have masterclasses every week, every few weeks, and most of these masterclasses deal with system design patterns, the exact set of things that you need as an engineer, whether it's mobile developer or whether as a general engineer, you need to understand these kind of things as you want to grow. So go ahead to scalar.com, register for the next masterclass that is coming up, and brush up your concepts on system design. Along with that, definitely like, share, and subscribe this video if this was helpful. We would be coming up with more such roadmaps in the next few days. Hi, folks. So we'll talk about any and every question that any one of you has about Android. So one of the first pieces that a lot of people asked me about was, a lot of people ask about Android development these days, is whether we should go with a native Android development, we should do Kotlin, or whether we should go with one of these hybrid frameworks like Flutter or React Native. So I think maybe that's one of the questions that we can pick up first. And in fact, that's the first few questions that have come. Dakshdeep and Akash have already said the same thing. So we can definitely pick up probably Akash's questions, Flutter or Kotlin. First of all, job market speaking, I think that's what a lot of people ask about. So job market wise, the maximum number of jobs that are there, I think 90% of the jobs out there in the market are in native Android development, which means that it's going to be in Java and Kotlin. Okay. Now, that's the market situation as of today. Flutter is definitely growing. By the way, React Native is also there. Okay, so don't forget that React Native is also there. React Native, the kind of apps that React Native was used on largely, today, a lot of this market is getting captured by Flutter.
Now, there are particularly new startups where having separate Android and iOS teams is difficult. Very early stage startup, that's one of the places where Flutter is getting used. Two, I would say is agencies. So, design agencies, marketing agencies who also make apps for some of their clients, or small app studios who make projects for small companies, right? That's another space where Flutter is, has become sort of common today. So coming to your answer, I would say which one to pick. And a couple of things. Now, if you are proficient already in Java, by the way, okay, and you want to build up a very serious career in mobile development, you want to earn a good bit of money, and you want to make a serious, 4 or 5 year long career in Android development. Today, the answer to that is still going with Java and Kotlin, right? Java and Kotlin, by the way, Kotlin is the new wave in which apps are made. But today, if you go for interviews for Android development, you would need to know both Java and Kotlin. It's very important that you understand this, that both Java and Kotlin, knowing them is important. Okay. Now about Flutter, I would say if you're a web developer, just for example, you're not so well versed in Java, but you're making websites, and sometimes you make a project and you feel like, okay, can I also would have made an Android app for it or iOS app for it, and just the mobile website would not be sufficient. You might need that app to be on the mobile offline first support or something like that. You can probably pick up Flutter in that case. Dart would be a language kind of easier, more familiar. Well, by the way, Dart is familiar whether you're coming from Java or Kotlin or coming from JavaScript. All of them are very similar languages to be pretty familiar. What Flutter does not solve very well is, the fact that there are a lot of external libraries for image manipulation, for video processing, for payment ecosystems. So these kind of things, there are a lot of third-party libraries. They exist only in Java and in Kotlin. They don't exist in Flutter. So even if you make Flutter apps and you want to connect deep system level things into it, like video encoding, encryption, these kind of things, you have to integrate, then you will have to write some parts of your code in Swift for iOS and for Kotlin in Android anyway. Right. But if you're fetching information from an API and just simply showing it on the screen, right? A lot of it is just API based current information happening. So if you make a front end for, say, even if we talk about Twitter, so there's a Twitter client, you're showing tweets on the screen, something like that. Flutter is a good framework to come up and build for that. But if you're trying to build something like, say, TikTok, right? Then handling that video processing, that network pipeline, those things. Again, not saying it's not possible, but it's sort of harder. Even with apps like Instagram, which is actually made in React Native, the image processing parts are written completely in native in iOS and in Android. Okay. So I think that answers the Flutter versus Kotlin question at large. And then unless there are anything more specific in this, I would not be picking up this particular question. Going on to the next question, is Raghav Agarwal has said, how to make sure that a layout looks same throughout all devices supported by the app, and are there any tips for that? Now, there is to be an old school thinking, which is you create a portrait layout and a landscape layout. Then in portrait, you create a certain width, certain height, these kind of layouts. But the modern understanding of this is that you do how web developers do, how Bootstrap thinks about responsive layouts, right? So you might have two layouts for horizontal and vertical, right, landscape and portrait. But within portrait for different screen sizes, use proportionality based things, like you want first half of your screen to show something, second half of your screen to show something. So you use constraint layout, and within constraint layout there's something called guidelines. So you can create a 0.50 guideline, which is at the middle of your screen, half of it, and then you can put items above it and items below it, and then so on and so forth. So I think today the conversation moreover is about the proportion of the screen to be used. Do you want like three cards to be shown in the screen or two cards to be shown in the screen, and then you just sort of implement that. Don't try to achieve screen specific layouts. Try to create a proportional layout, and then it will work for all screens. That's the modern way of doing apps. Also, one more thing that has happened a lot and people have understood is that people don't rotate their phones a lot unless they're watching media. So if only when people play games and when people watch media, they use landscape. Otherwise, they're always using portrait mode. So a lot of very popular apps by Google, Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, many of these apps, they lock the orientation of the activity to portrait mode, which is perfectly fine for you to do that. You won't want to bother about landscape. But for tablets, obviously, you will have to bother because for tablets, both the orientations happen. But for mobile, locking to portrait mode is something that's a valid thing that a lot of apps use these days. Okay. Whether data structures algorithms are necessary for Android development and how to use. Very important question. Um, so when we talk about data structures and algorithms, it's a broad topic, right? What is needed and what is not needed. So some of the very advanced data structures like trees, tries, red black trees, binary sorted trees, min heap, max heap, uh, you know, say directed graphs. Now, these data structures are used to solve very specific set of problems. Now, understanding how these data structures are created, having the ability to manually write these data structures on your own, like you do in competitive programming, that's not needed for Android development, not for any basic level development job, actually, for backend, front end, Android, any of them. The the ability to implement these data structures by your hand manually, that's not needed. Okay. Conceptually, if you know them, that's good. But your basic level data structures like stacks, queues, linked lists, hash maps, these are definitely needed because on a daily, day-to-day life, when you're creating apps, these data structures are getting used a lot. Okay. And arrays and strings. Now, very important is that you understand how arrays and strings are manipulated, how they can be manipulated using iterative, recursive ways. A good understanding of where something like a tree can be used, something like a hash map can be used, something like a stack can be used, which problem can be best solved by which data structure. That understanding, if it's there, being able to create the data structure on your own without looking up the internet, those kind of things people generally need for programming interviews. Those are not needed for development. But knowing which data structure is supposed to be used where, that knowledge is definitely going to be very useful. So Ram Krishna has a question, which is you want to move to dream companies like Uber, LinkedIn, PhonePe. That's fantastic. For interviews, how should you prepare? Should you learn newer concepts or multi-platform? Okay. Now, interesting. So newer concepts like Jetpack Compose or Kotlin multi-platform, these are definitely not needed to crack interviews. That's for sure. Okay. So any piece of technology, any new library or new way of development that has not existed for more than 2 years, okay, that is not going to be a deal breaker in interviews. It's as simple as that. Big companies don't use new libraries and new frameworks unless they are at least stable version for at least 1 year old, like that. Nobody is using alpha beta level stuff, right? So Kotlin multi-platform today, some companies are experimenting a little bit. Jetpack Compose, some companies are early adopters of it. Nobody is going to not take you because you don't know these things. So from a job change perspective, covering these things are not essential. Okay, very, very important. Now, what type of company it is, on basis on that, it depends whether you should do lead code or whether you should do side projects. Now, say for example, a company like PhonePe, I would say doing side projects is better. For a company like Uber, doing lead code is better because companies like Uber and a lot of companies like that, which have big workforces, they do not hire for Android developers. They hire for generic SD2, SD3, these kind of roles. For that, and after you join, by chance you know Android well, they will put you on an Android project. But if you don't know Android well, they don't care. They will put you into whatever project needs current, immediately hands are needed. So companies which hire for generic SD roles, their lead code stuff, that's more important than developing your skill set. But a little smaller, mid-sized company like say Zomato, we used to hire for Android developers particularly. Even at Target, we are hiring for Android developers particularly. We are not generic hiring for any developer. So their data structure algorithm based questions are lesser. and platform-specific, topic-specific questions are more in the interview process. Shirshak's question is about whether people hire specifically Android only for SD, and I think I just answered that question. Is that some companies do hire for SD's generic roles, and some companies do hire for Android-specific roles. And if you go and search for job offers, you will find that there are a lot of engineer, software engineer, engineer level 1, level 2, these kind of job offers, and there are also Android engineer kind of job offers on the market, right? So generally, the larger the company is, the more generic the role is, right? Smaller the company, the more specific the role is. If the company has 5,000, 10,000 employees, engineering employees, then it's most likely more generic. Your topical skills are not so much needed at the interview stage. Okay. Okay. Coding Cosmos. Very interesting question. And I feel like a lot of people come up with questions like this, that you're in the fourth sem and you've been doing Androids in first sem. And you're worrying about Fuchsia OS and it will replace Android. So this is exactly the effect of hype marketing that it has on young minds of the industry today. Okay. When I was in my fourth sem, I think, not fourth sem, maybe at least seventh sem, that's when I first heard rumors about Fuchsia OS. Okay, that's when I heard rumors. Today, it has been 4 more years since then, and Fuchsia, apart from a demo on Google Home device, has not, come out. Now, Kotlin, people say that Kotlin with a new way of development and Java would be obsolete, and they started saying this in 2016. Kotlin, Google said officially that they will, make Kotlin an official language in 2017. In 18, Google said that they will make Kotlin as the primary language for which internal libraries and everything is developed. 2019, many companies started saying that they have started to use Kotlin internally. Big companies started saying, and I think since 2000, from 2016 and 17 time, to 5 years later, 2021, is when Kotlin has actually become mainstream. And in most companies, more than 50% code is written in Kotlin in Android today, right? This starting from 5 years back when Kotlin first started getting used in production-based apps, and it was completely interoperable with Java. Okay, so Fuchsia replacing Android is I mean, this video is gonna be there on YouTube for a long, long time, and I'm gonna be putting my neck out, and I wouldn't want to come back and see this video and see me myself being proved wrong. But within the next 5 years, I don't see Fuchsia becoming more popular than Android. Replacing Android is not even getting there, but Fuchsia being like a serious contender and replacement for Android is not going to happen within the next 5 years if I take a bet. Okay, don't get into those hypes and don't try to prepare for a future that's 5 years away. Okay, because you don't know what's 5 years away. Prepare for the industry today, and as the industry will change, you will adapt to it. That's what everybody does. Okay, people who were hardcore Angular developers, they adapted to React, they have adapted to Vue.js. Those same people who are hardcore Angular developers might have been sometime back Backbone.js or Knockout.js developers. People adapt. It's not like Angular people have become obsolete. They have just adapted to where the industry has gone. Okay. And by the way, one more thing, and this might not sound very sweet and nice coming from me, but from first sem to fourth sem, your Android development skills definitely might have improved, but production level Android apps, I'm sure you're not have started making. Because production level Android apps means having unit tests, integration tests, CI/CD pipeline working, and using dependency injection, Dagger, using RX Java, or maybe these days coroutines in place, and all of these things should be happening. Then only we should say that we are making production level apps. So I believe that just 2 years of effort, you still have a lot of gaps to fill in that space. Okay. So Siddharth has asked, K. Siddharth Sai, are there opportunities for freshers to get a job as an Android developer? Obviously, why not? Lots of people get, I think Android development jobs as freshers. A lot of companies hire. Okay. By the way, even very big companies like Google kind of companies, they're also people are hired for a generic SD role. Once hired, many of them right from day one, they are made to work on Android or iOS or web or anything. Like, there's no guarantee what kind of project you'll be given. It's one bigger company. But at a startup level company, freshers are definitely hired. Like at Zomato, we used to regularly hire freshers in our Android team. And similarly, a lot of companies where my friends work, Swiggy is there, Flipkart is there, uh, Urban Company is there, Ghana.com is there, all of these companies, they hire freshers for Android development jobs. Okay. Abhishek has said like weight of Android apps or my weight. Should I reduce weight, or have you are you seeing me after a long time on YouTube and you're seeing I have reduced weight? If that's yes, I'm flattered. But okay, coming on to the next question. So Himanshu has asked, is Flutter going to be used by tech giants or startups in the future? By the way, Flutter is used by Google to create their own AdSense app. Flutter is used by Zerodha, which is a big company, to make their Kite and Coin apps. And Flutter is used by Alibaba to create their dashboard app. So Flutter has started to be used by some of the bigger companies. None of the very big companies have used Flutter yet for their main app, primary app. Nobody has used. Startups, many of them have started using Flutter, yes. Like I said, if you are mainly doing a API based and UI based project and device hardware level stuff you're not getting into too much, then Flutter is a good choice to go with, and then you can make an app. Okay, Dipanshu has a question, which is which has more career opportunities, web development or Android development? In terms of quantity, web development just has like way more number of job opportunities than Android. It's a bigger domain, it's a bigger field. Also, web is a wide word, right? I mean, you might mean front end, you might mean back end, you might mean full stack. Combining all of those things together, web is a huge domain, right? Today in India, like including service sector, product sector, big company, small company, everything included, if we have 1.5, 1.6 lakh fresh jobs every year in the development space, I think 80 to 90,000 of those would be in the web development space, right? And mobile development space jobs would be 20,000, 25,000 of them in that space. I think rest of them might be in specific like desktop app security and system administration, these kind of things. So way more number of jobs is available. That is more. But if you look at like way the number of jobs with the median salary, so say jobs that pay 10 lakh per annum. The competition for a 10 lakh per annum job in Android or mobile development is going to be less than the competition for a 10 lakh per annum job in web development. That's there. And as you go a little higher in the salary bracket, like a 15 lakh per annum jobs, I don't think there are more 15 lakh per annum web jobs than there are Android jobs. I think there the numbers start getting a little closer to each other. Right. So that's about a quantity quality assessment on web development versus Android development. Pankaj has a question: where do you think Ionic framework stands when compared to Flutter and React Native? So, by the way, Ionic, Ionic is a little too specific, but Cordova, which is basically running web apps inside Android or iOS app containers, Cordova itself is a framework which it's a platform on which the Ionic framework is also made, and there are other ways to do it as well. Now, Cordova is actually very big, and in fact, in both Android and iOS app stores, the maximum number of apps are the native apps, like the ones made in Objective-C and Swift for iOS, or the ones made in Kotlin or Java for Android. That's the native apps are maximum. The second highest number of apps, are in Cordova in both the platforms. And the reason for that is that there are hundreds and thousands of apps which basically are the website of that product wrapped into a app kind of container so that locally things can be stored. Ionic actually also is a subset of that problem. I think compared to native Android development and then React Native and Flutter, I think Ionic, particularly framework specific, is going to be a little less, quite less. But it's not like it does not exist. There's sufficient amount of opportunities in that as well. Could you provide a real-time tutorial for learning Android app? Jitu, you should see the last video that we published. We just published, like, go channel, like, go back a little, you would find I did a 5-hour video. It was 5 hours of me continuously coding an Instagram clone. We will do more videos like that as well. So definitely check that video out. You would love that video, I'd say. Sahil Tanwar has asked, not worked in Java. So if you have not worked in Java, can you start learning Android development from React Native? I would say yes, you can. Though I would want to warn you that if you're making bigger projects, then having knowledge of how the Android SDK and Java works is gonna sooner or later come and then become useful. Okay, so eventually you will have to learn either Java or Swift or both a little bit to debug some of your issues, right? Um, where to start? I think there's a free code camp series on React Native. Maybe you can just at least start from there. It's a free tutorial, and then see where it goes. I think for most people, for most things, that's what I suggest. Go to free code camp, try out the technology, see if you're able to get started, make the initial project, and then you can see there are a lot of if there are paid courses, if there are books and all of that stuff. Okay, so the free code camp one is the thing I would suggest. It's the first place to just go and check out. Fenil has asked an interesting question: how to implement the driver routing feature in Zomato app. So that's a NP hard problem, traveling salesman problem, right? So it's not a very Android specific question, and I would be honest, I wasn't involved in the team that worked on the system. But that's kind of like how the traveling salesman problem is solved. It's a subset of that traveling salesman problem. So I think if you take a look at the traveling salesman problem, and that's something at Scalar Academy in our courses we actually do cover. So you'd probably get a taste of how these kind of algorithms are implemented. Ayushman has a question that you're in 6M, have many other projects, but no work experience. How to get internships at good startups, and what should I do? You should apply to a lot of places. For early stage startup internships, a good place to discover. Some of them would be angel.co, Angel List, and you can search for some of them there. Right? That's one place. Another thing I would suggest is get together with some friends of yours and participate in some of the online hackathons where you have to build apps and websites and all. That's also a great place where you learn to translate an idea into a project, which is kind of very useful and very helpful, right? What these interviews try to figure out as well when they ask you the questions. Okay. Raghav is a question: what happens is that sometimes that an application perfectly running on Android Studio crashes after release. This happens because of something called ProGuard and minification. When you make a release mode of your APK, in your early days, you can set ProGuard to false or minify enabled to false. But that's not a good strategy long term to make production ready projects, because obfuscation is important. So follow the ProGuard rules and make sure that all the ProGuard rules are added in your project. That's one thing. Connect your app to Firebase Crashlytics so that all the crashes that happen on release, you get a stack trace of them, so you can start deploying a fix for that. Manish has a question: how can someone start out in Android development as a fresher in COVID times, and how many large projects sufficient? So I think right. The COVID time part is probably irrelevant, right? Because the answer is sort of going to be the same whether it's because of pandemic or without the pandemic and all of that. I mean, go to developer.nano.com, learn the basics, and start building some apps, and then start thinking of some projects like a to-do list manager, a scientific calculator, note-taking app, these kind of projects, and start building something like that. That would obviously be a good way to learn certain skills in Android development that are needed to be able to build such projects. Okay, how many large projects? I think you should have 2, 3 smaller projects that you have built over a week or less kind of time, and you should have maybe 3, 4 uh, you know probably contributions to some projects which are little larger in terms, or you can probably set up a group of your friends, like-minded friends, and you can set up an open source project of your own as well, and that is something that you can do. Okay, so Rushikesh asked about progressive web apps, cross-platform versus native development. Now, progressive web apps are just basically way to install your normal web application, add a shortcut to that in your home screen, and do a little bit of local cache and push notifications. But largely they are sort of powerless. Cross-platform versus native, I think I had just discussed already a little bit. The trade-offs come between cost, which is like about having two teams for different native products, or do you have one team which develops the app for both the products? Those kind of cost calculations come into the picture, right? So based on that, we basically decide whether to go with a cross-platform or a native implementation. My first time I saw a big open source project which gave me a very good idea about good architecture was Firefox's Android app. Right. Nowadays, Firefox has two, three apps. There is the original Firefox Android app, then there's a Firefox Focus app. I mean, you might love to see that and see that project structure, but for a little younger people, it might be a little overwhelming. So somewhat on the smaller side, Force Asia has got some good Android projects. I think you can go to GSOC and see last year's Android projects and see their GitHub repos, which is a good place to find out open source projects where the architecture is also good, but not so complex that as a beginner you won't be able to understand it at all. Shopify approach. So Aditya Pahilwani has a Shopify approach, KMM for business and React Native for UI. So both are a couple of different things. KMM for business is something that a lot of companies are thinking of doing. We had started thinking of writing our menu logic in KMM when I was in Zomato because that was a very complex piece of logic and we had to replicate it twice. But we did not depend on a lot of Android or iOS specific stuff to do it. So we thought that we should definitely be able to, I don't know, sort of use it as a we can use it like that. Now, the UI with React Native part is something that some people decide whether you want to have a common UI effort or not. And I think it depends on the kind of team and all you have set up and whether you want to create a common design language and or you do have very strong UI teams on Android as well as iOS already available in your team. Now, if you have that, then you don't need to create a common effort for UI. Now, React plus KMM is good, though that means that you would need for a lot of for Shopify, I think for Shopify they would need somebody with React understanding, they would need somebody with KMM understanding, and they would need people with native Android Kotlin and native Swift understanding as well to fix certain features. So that every different technology stack that you keep adding, you need expertise in all of them. And as your apps are bigger and more complex and they are running on lots of different devices, then native level knowledge becomes unavoidable and it is needed because there will be certain crashes which happen in the native layer. So you'll need somebody with native Android development experience and native iOS development experience to be able to fix those bugs. For bigger companies, I think it does make sense where common implementations which can be changed quickly by changing one implementation, you are able to change the UI on both those kind of things can happen. Now, many businesses use KMM to make the logic layer common while the UIs are separate. So that's a different part of the problem to be solved. And a lot of people are already doing that. Then a lot of people are also doing this thing is that they're writing the UI in a common framework like Flutter or React Native. And then some platform specific stuff like image processing pipelines, video processing pipelines, they are writing down in native as well. Right. And that's kind of the state right now. Shopify is one of the rare examples who is doing both of those things. They're trying to make things common at the UI layer as well, and then at the bottom of the business layer as well, they're trying to make things a little bit common. Where did I miss the next question? Siddharth asks, does the associate Android developer certification Google benefit us while applying for Android developer jobs? I haven't seen that actually to affect a lot, to be very honest. Gives a little bit of foot through the door. Like if somebody has that associate Android developer certification, then resume shortlisting layer, it might help a little bit. Especially like if your prior work experience is not in an Android development role, or you are not from a very good college. In those cases, if that certification is there, that helps a little bit. If you have already made Android projects, if you are from a tier 1 or 2 college, Or if you already interned in Android development role or worked in Android development role already, then you don't need to go for that certification. It does not add anything more to value to your profile. Good companies to aim for summer internship Android. I think that I wouldn't have right now any idea of. Mostly you should check out obviously some of your favorite apps that you use, some popular apps, and then try to reach out to the recruiters via LinkedIn and see if their internship opportunities open. Many companies do not have internship opportunities explicitly mentioned on the internet, but if you ask the recruiters and you say that you are good on Android development, you have made some projects, do you have internship opportunities? Maybe somebody might say yes. Okay. What do you see in an intern for second year pass out? Second year pass out. What do you mean by second year pass out? Like if you're in second year, then you're not pass out, right? But okay, fine. I'll just say that if you are in your third year and you want to intern, I don't know. I mean, I don't want to see a lot of skills apart from the urge to learn new things, and if it's in a startup-ish atmosphere, then being a self-starter. That for every two things, every third thing, every fourth thing, you won't come to your whoever is your internship mentor or your engineer whom you're assigned to. You don't just come and bother them. You take a piece of problem given to you and you figure things out on your own as much as possible. So that attitude you have, that's probably more important that I try to see. Vignesh has asked how to prepare for freelancing and Android development. Portfolio building is important. So go to GitHub, make projects which are finished, okay, end to end, finished, put up on the Play Store. Get your friends and family to use it. Try to get 500,000 or 1,000 downloads, even that's fine. But put it on GitHub. GitHub should have a README of that project. It should tell what the project was about. Like, packaging is very important, which helps you build a sort of freelance side career. For future perspective with Android, is it better to learn iOS or backend? If you're not spent at least 4 or 5 years in Android, then just continue to spend time in Android itself. There's a lot of depth to it. Okay. Otherwise, decide if you really, really love mobile development, right? Making mobile apps is something that you're really passionately fallen in love with. Then maybe learning iOS or Flutter or React Native, another framework, is sort of helpful. But if you learn backend, then you become versatile. You can work on projects where both backend and front end are needed, and you can work on both things yourself simultaneously together. I think an Android developer who moves into backend probably adds two very large skill sets, which can give career growth wise, salary wise, better opportunities. Is what I think. There's a small question about Target offering summer Android internships or not. So just to answer that question, no, I think there isn't. Right. So this is just full-time people are getting hired right now. So just answering that question. Santosh has asked web development or Android development for students in 6M. If you're a student, I will give you only one advice. That is, people excel in things that they like. There's this whole concept, Japanese concept of finding or ikigai, which is things that you are good at, things that you like, and things that you can use to make money or make a career out of. Okay, the intersection of these three things is what you should be doing, right? That's your ikigai. So you are generally good at certain things if trying to solve problems in that domain keep you up at night, sleepless nights, and you're very passionate about it. So try out web development, Android development, both for one week each. See which one excited you. See which one is stopping you from going to sleep. Right. So that is probably very important to discover what you really like. Once you figure out what you really like, put all your energy into it. You might figure out Android is what you like. You might figure out web is what you like. You might figure out you don't like either of them and you like something else like data science or machine learning. Well, whatever. But if you spend some time figuring out what you like, that is the best investment of your time and energy. Right. And based on that, take a pick. Don't try to pick web versus Android based on which senior said this is supposed to be taken because it has more scope, or whether you look at job offers today and you pick that. If you are among the top people doing anything, you can be very successful and earn a lot of money, and then travel countries and all of that stuff. So don't try to optimize for, okay, this domain has more jobs or this field pays more and all of that stuff. Pick up whichever one makes you feel better, whichever one you really feel like you like, and then you will automatically be very passionate about it, automatically learn a lot of things inside it. That's going to be important. What is easier to make? Eugene has asked, wallpaper app, Android Flutter Studio, or Flutter. What is easier to make? I think wallpapers can be probably easy to make if you just use a pattern-based wallpaper or something like that, right?
So I think one of the last questions I would pick up, Parth Patel has asked how to develop skills for prod level development before getting a job. Do something prod level. I think make an app of your own, try to put it up on the Play Store, and then open source its code, and then maybe ask your friends to come and contribute. That's one of the best ways to do this. Setting up CI/CD etc. using GitHub Actions on your side projects, and then doing automatic code reviews and all these kind of things you can set up, right? Aarti Negi has asked whether she should switch to Flutter or not, and I think that if you already are a good Android developer, you have made some apps, then you can learn Flutter. Additionally, it's not called switching; it's just broadening your horizons. I have learned Flutter 2 years back, although I was very successful Android developer at that time. That's just increasing your social presence, and making sure you stay in touch with latest trends. So for that you can do that. Okay. Should I know testing and CI/CD for putting my app on Google Play Store? Ayushman has asked. So yes and no. I mean, you don't need testing and CI/CD knowledge to just put the app on Play Store, but if you have gotten an app to a place where you can put it on Play Store, that level of confidence you have gotten out of building apps, then I think yes, this answers that if you set up testing, if you set up CI/CD, it will make your life a whole lot easier, and it will prepare you for production level stuff that you need to do at jobs. But it would be great if you have these skills, and then they help you publish that app much more easily as well. Your code base is always tested, automatically you can deploy your app to Play Store and as well. Those kind of things you can do. Abhishek Sharma has asked that I'm new to dependency injection, so should I start with Dagger or Hilt? Hilt is a wrapper over Dagger. Hilt is not separate from Dagger, so you need to know Dagger to use Hilt. Hilt is just it reduces the amount of code that you need to write with Dagger, but Hilt is built on top of Dagger. If you don't know Dagger, then you don't know how to use Hilt. Okay.
This is Arnav from Scalar, and I'm here to bring you exciting new project tutorial. So not sure if you have seen, but there's this game called Wordle, which has been very popular on Twitter recently, and a lot of people have been playing this Wordle game where you have to guess a word within 6 tries. So today we are going to be building a project where we will be trying to clone this Wordle game, and we will be using Flutter to make it. As a result of using Flutter, this project that we are going to be building is going to be both a web app as well as a mobile app that can work on Android and iOS operating systems. So stay subscribed to our channel so that you can catch more such exciting project tutorials as they come up. Let's get started with building our Wordle clone.
Okay, cool. So what we're going to be doing today is how many of you have played Wordle till now? I think on Twitter, it's like a lot of people I see have been playing. I myself have been. It became really viral. Although it's quite a few days since the game has actually launched. I think it's Wordle number 215 or 16, which is going on right now, which means it's more than 6 months since the game has actually launched. Every day there's a new puzzle. But last, I think, since December or so, it has become very popular, right? So let's take a look at what the game is, and then we will see how we can build the same game. I'm going to be building this game in today's class. Most likely, we'll try to see if it's possible to finish in today's class. Fairly easy looking, but when we're going to be building it, we'll be seeing it that there are a couple of things that we need to take care of. So we'll try to build this game as a website, just like the Wordle website is, as you can see here. And also a mobile app. So we'll be using Flutter so that we can build for both web and mobile with the same code base, right? So I know a lot of people have, sort of the question about Flutter versus Android, and happy to answer some of those questions as well when, during the session. But let's take a look at the game first. I mean, what the game is that you have to guess a word, and you get 6 attempts to guess it. And the word is a 5-letter word. Okay, so you can just type any word there, and you can either use the on-screen keyboard there, or you can also type from your keyboard as well. So I'm just typing from my keyboard right now, but you can also use these letters here, right? Right. So let's just start with any word. Actually, let's say CRAFT. That's a 5-letter word, right? So it's hangman without the gory details, as I think has said there in the chat. That's actually correct. So we go with this. It says that this result tells me that the correct word does not have RAFT inside it. It does have C, but not in this position. So that's what yellow means. So yellow means the letter I is in this word, but in the wrong spot. Green means the letter W is there and it is actually in the correct spot. So you have actually uncovered one. And gray means that it's a wrong letter, right? There are a few settings also in this game. You can turn on the hard mode. If you turn on the hard mode, it means that words that yellow and green that have turned yellow and green, you have to use them when you're constructing the next word. You can't create another word with completely different 5 letters and see what things exist or not. So anyway, so C exists, but C not in this position, right? So I can say write a word PARCH. It's a valid word. But if I go ahead with this, what I will be doing is I will be actually wasting A and R because I know that these two don't exist. So I should try out some other letters here instead. So let's say I go with SLICE. So I know that C definitely will exist because C has come yellow in a different position. SLI and E were not yet tried. So let's see if these exist. So I go with that. I see that, okay, C and E are in that particular position. I is also there, but not in that position. And then, we can come up with a word which is sort of going to be the correct word, right? Anybody wants to guess, or anybody has solved today's Wordle? Can't see the last 2 letters UI issue. Uh-oh. Let me see. Oops. Seems to be some UI issue. I will just reshare my screen once. Let's see if that works better or not. Okay, there's still some screen sharing issue. There's a lag in UI on loading is what people are saying. Let me see if there is some way I can fix this. Are you still seeing some problems when the screen is sort of resizing? If I sort of shift the window, is it showing up in a weird way somewhere? Does it? Okay. Seems there is a bit of a screen sharing issue here. Hold on. I'll just try to share the other screen. Share the laptop screen and see. Just give me 2 minutes. I'll just switch the things around a bit. Okay. It looks like Windows XP. First time sharing from the M1 Max laptop actually, so I haven't done screen sharing. Maybe is it a issue with that or not is what I'm trying to check. Okay. Is my audio available now? Sorry. um, I will fix all of these things. I think I got the screen correctly working now. Is everything fine now? I hope. Can you hear me? Now, I think the audio should be fine now. I think the video is also fixed, most likely. Okay. Okay. Let's get started with it then. Anyway, so I thought some people did guess the word also there. So some people said the word was WINCE. Seems like using the I and then C along with it seems like the only correct choice. And yeah, so that's how the correct answer looks like. Right. So this is something that we would be building. I think most of you got a fair bit of idea of that. So this is what we will build. We have to build this grid to select the word, and we will need to sort of build the keyboard also here. We will put an on-screen keyboard actually, because we need to show these keyboards are to be highlighted with the color of the words that have already gotten selected. Maybe some settings also. So I was thinking if we get some time today, I will expand the game and actually have 3 different modes. So you can either go with a 4-letter word or a 5-letter word or a 6-letter word. So all 3 modes would be available, right? So yeah. Sorry if the word got spoiled for anybody. I think that's not an unfair price to pay for watching this video today. Okay. So let's go ahead with starting to build this. So we'll be using Flutter to build it, and
Arnav, your audio is not there.
hello. Is it audible now? I think it should be audible now. Looking at some of the comments, it says that Wordle probably does not want an open source competition. Okay, cool. So let's see. Okay, give me just a moment. I will just switch around the screen a little bit. Just give me a second. Okay, cool. So mm, now, if I open Visual Studio Code, then just there's an extension for Flutter here. Should install that extension. This is the one. You can install the Flutter extension here. Okay. I am going to be using Android Studio though, because I do have that installed. That works better for me. But code editing wise and functionality wise, there's not a lot of difference. Okay. Once you have installed Flutter, just a couple of quick checks. I'm not going to be going through the whole process of installing Flutter. So if somebody does not have it installed, you can just do it after watching the video later on as well. Before tomorrow's one, you can do but you should run Flutter Doctor once, which should sort of give you an idea that most of the things required for Flutter are properly installed or not. Okay. So whether Flutter is installed or not, if you want to develop for Android, then Android toolchain should be working. If you want to develop for iOS or macOS, then this should also be installed. It isn't in my case right now, but that's not a problem. You should have Chrome available if you want to also build Flutter apps for the web, and you need to have it installed in Android Studio or VS Code and all of that stuff. So I think those things are also there. Okay. Once these are in place, you should be able to start up with the Flutter project. Let me start up with my first project, and then let's see how to build that particular UI that we're talking about, right? So we'll start off with Android Studio actually. And what we'll do is we'll create a new Flutter project. Okay. So I think the project is already created. Move that folder. Try to select what kind of application is it, and what language would you want your Android or iOS part in. These things don't really matter a lot if you're coding it mostly in Flutter. But if you're making a mixed project with some of the code in native, then these things matter a lot. Which platforms do we want to build for? So I want to build for Android, iOS, Mac, and web, all platforms available, let's just say. And just say com.scalar, and then Wordle Clone will come up automatically. Okay. Let's click on finish. And
and create. So one of the better things with Flutter these days is that it's easy to run a Flutter app on web as well. And since it's easy to run a Flutter app on web, as a result of that, even if you don't have an Android device or Android emulator or Android SDK or Xcode, iOS or a MacBook to work on, you can at least start building it for web and try it out. And once you've gotten to a place where most of the app is done, then you can invest time in setting up Android or iOS side of the things. Okay. Anyway, so this is how project has gotten created. We can select a device. Like let's say I want to select it for Chrome and just run it on the web browser and see. Just click on run. It will deploy it on as a Chrome app. But right now I've not made any changes to the code right now. Okay, I'm just trying it out if the default project is running or not. So here is the project, and this is the default sample project. So if you click plus on here, the number here increases. That's all. Okay, so this is a sample project. We will obviously not be using this. We will make different things here, but this is sort of how the sample project looks like. Okay. So how the code base looks like here is just a single main file, and it contains some widgets. There is a homepage widget, which is sort of a stateful widget, which contains a title, and there is some data inside the state. There's a counter data. So every time this button is clicked here, the floating button is clicked, it runs the increment counter function, which sort of increases the counter's value and all of that. Okay. So what we will do is, rather than this, I will just create a folder for widgets. This is where we will keep our widgets, and we will remove this, home page thing. So what I will do is, for now, I will just create a new widget, a Dart file called homepage. Okay, and what I will do is I will move this homepage stuff into that. So I will take the homepage related stuff, move it there. Okay, and handle the imports. And what I will do is here, this homepage stuff, we will just be importing it from the other file. Okay. Okay, somebody said how to create the same thing in VS Code. Somebody had asked. So by the way, you can actually do, write your first app. I think they should have said, yeah, Visual Studio Code as well. How to create a new app in Visual Studio Code. I think just using Flutter init works. Okay, so with Visual Studio Code, if you have to do the same thing, because somebody was asking. So there's an option for, I don't have it installed, I'll just install it. Okay. There is a new project option in Flutter. I think this, and this should give you a way to create an application. And then you select the folder where you will create it. And this is how you can create in Flutter in VS Code. Okay. So not creating one, but if you're using VS Code, then that's how you can create it in VS Code. Okay. Hope that helps you. I think Swamini Bhagwat, you had asked how to create it in VS Code instead. Okay. Oh, by the way, this project itself, just in case, if I just open
it in VS Code, that's also fine. We can just see the same files, run the same stuff. We can run this project from VS Code as well, right? You can type Flutter, and it has run Flutter and all of the change project. All of the Flutter options are also available. You can run this project from Flutter from VS Code as well. And then as an editor, that's perfectly fine, whichever one you choose to use. Okay, so what we'll need here is this homepage stuff. We will actually just remove the homepage widget. Instead of that, we will create a Wordle page. Okay, so to create a Wordle page, let's just go ahead with creating a new page for a Wordle game page. Okay, so let's just say create a new page called okay. So I'll create you have to create two widgets in Flutter for anything, right? So this homepage, this was a stateful widget as it was created in the demo that was given. There are two kinds of widgets in Flutter called stateful and stateless widgets. So stateful widgets contain some data on if the data changes, the widget re-renders itself. It's a more complex than stateless widgets. We can start off by building a stateless widget, and we will make them stateful if we need to. If we want to store some information, we will make them stateful. Okay. Part of this stuff, if you have never done Flutter before, could be little complex for you, which is fine. You can cover more stuff on Flutter after watching this video later as well. It will start making more sense then. So I'll just go ahead with this, create a stateless widget. So there's a snippet for creating stateless widgets if you have the Flutter extension installed. So I'll create a stateless widget called okay. And we have to build basically something from that. So in the homepage, how they had built it is they had created a scaffold, and inside the scaffold there is sort of an app bar, and there's a body and all of that stuff. So we can do something similar. We can create a scaffold here. A scaffold is a way to create a page in Flutter. Inside the scaffold, we can send an app bar. Inside the app bar, we can give a title. Okay. I think title should be a text, I believe. Then there's the body. Okay. Let's say body is just so wherever you want to put a placeholder, you can put a container. Container is sort of an empty stuff there. As you can see, the body contains a lot of things here. We will position things there eventually. Okay. And now in our main page, what we can do is instead of my home page, we can create a Wordle page. Okay, so save this, and here, as you can see, it has changed. So there is Wordle written there, and in fact, I'll just put this beside here so that I can quickly shift from here to here. So you can see this Wordle written there. The rest of the things from homepage are gone. And now I can actually safely delete the homepage thing as well. So I've deleted homepage. I don't need the demo page. I will just build from the Wordle page itself. Okay. Now, to build something here, what we need to do is make sort of two things. One is the grid for the Flutter stuff there. By the way, if you don't want an app bar, you can also let that be, right? So we sort of need this thing. This is the correct URL for Flutter. Yeah, Wordle. Yeah, so we need this thing at the top bar. We need the grid, and we need the sort of keyboard at the bottom. Okay. So what I will do is I will create 3 widgets for this. So I will create a new widget called Wordle title bar. Okay, I'll create a Wordle grid, and I will create a keyboard. Each of these, let's just start off with the stateless widget, and here what we'll do is we'll just say return text, which sorry. Inside a child, this is okay. So something similar, let's say for the Wordle grid, and it's the title bar. So I'm just making 3 placeholders here, which I want to place on my page and see how they look like. So inside the container, what I will do is I will create a column. So I will create a child which is of type column. And inside this column, I will do is I will put 3 children. One is the title bar. Second is I will put the grid. And third is I will put the keyboard. So that's sort of how it looks like: title bar, grid, keyboard. Okay, we don't them at the top like this. So I'll make a few changes here. So in the column, I will do is I will do main axis size as main axis size dot max. So main axis of a column is the vertical axis. So the size of it will take the entire length. And I will do main axis alignment as main axis alignment dot space between. What other stuff? What does this stuff make it do? So you see the title bar now here. Okay. You see the grid here, and you see the keyboard sort of down there. Okay. How did this happen? That's sort of using, we can read a little bit about. Main axis alignment, how do alignments happen? And anybody who has worked on CSS a little bit would sort of understand this, that when you're creating flex boxes in CSS, you can change the alignment, justify content, and align items. There are two CSS variables by which you can handle these things. So this is the in a row, the horizontal axis is the main axis, the cross axis is the vertical one. In a column, the main axis is vertical, cross axis is the horizontal one. Okay, and there's a lot of alignments and all that you can do. So I think let me see if there's some visual things available here. Yeah. So I think this page is sort of should be good enough. I'll just send a link also in the chat there if somebody wants to go and check. So it covers most of the things around how columns are sort of laid out and everything. Okay. So when you use this thing, space between, it means that between the items, spaces are added: title bar, grid, and keyboard. Okay. So now let's actually sort of make these things look better. So what I will do is in case of the Wordle title bar, I will make it a row. Okay. So I will make this as a, you can actually use wrap with row. So it goes inside a row. Now inside that row, I will give, the title bar comes to the center now. Okay. The title bar, the grid, and the keyboard, they all sort of come to the center because of this. Or you could also do something else. Instead of doing it here, you can just have the cross-axis alignment here. Now for the title bar, what I will do here is sort of change the text to have a little bit of larger size and everything. Add sort of text style. Yeah. So top of the thing, it should say Wordle. We have to add those icons for settings and all. We'll get there. Okay. If we want to turn it bold and all. Then let's sort of go to the grid. Okay, so how do we build the grid and how do we build the keyboard, right? A couple of so to build the grid, what we will need is we can use some for loops and all. So let's create a grid element. Okay, so I will create this thing, a new widget. You can call it grid element or you can call it grid cell. Okay. Or what else cell you can say. Okay. So the grid is consisting of those boxes, or you can call it Wordle letterbox. Okay, so each letterbox, whatever you want to sort of call it. Okay. Yeah. So now we have these letterboxes. So let's say in the letterbox, we just, for now, just add a child, which is a text and which says the letter A. Okay. So what we're going to do is in the grid, what we will do is we will create rows. So let's say we create some const rows equal to 6. Okay. And we create const word size equal to 5. Okay. I'm creating these as const so that we can change them later on easily. So now what we will do is we'll create 6 rows, and inside it, each will have 5 boxes, right? So let's say we create a rows, which is a list of the Wordle letterboxes. Okay, so in fact, that's sort of how a row is going to be. So you can do sort of like this, that, sorry, rows will be of this type. Mm, uh, you have here. Just a second. Yeah. So we'll do a list. I think we can do a list of empty list with the value growable equal to true, so that it can sort of grow. Okay. So for and we can do 0 I less than number of rows. Oh, sorry. And then we'll do for int j equal to so what we're going to do here is Wordle rows dot add, and we will add a new list empty. Okay. Then here, what we'll do is Wordle rows of I dot add, and we will add a letterbox. Okay. So instead of making a list of widgets, we can actually make a list of row as well. Okay. So here we can do is okay. And then after the for loop, what we will do is boxes dot so you put everything into the boxes. Then what we'll do is Wordle rows dot add, we will create a new row. And for a row, we need children, right? So in place of children, we will add the boxes. Okay. And what we'll do for the Wordle grid is that we will create a column here. Instead of text, we'll create a column. And inside that column, we need children. So inside this, we will add the rows. Oh, sorry, we need to put a semicolon there. So that, like a grid of A's has been formed. Now we don't really need A's, a lot of A's there, first of all, and we also need to sort of align it to the center. We'll do a few things here. So first of all, here. So probably center because of this. I will take each of these sort of letters. So this container, we will have to create a decoration of a box decoration. Box decoration so that we can add the border and all of that stuff. So we can add a border. We'll add a border. So this border, I think. Let's see. So margin on all sides of let's say 4 and padding on all sides of 10. Okay. And we have created a box decoration for a border. Let's see how does that look like. So sort of like the grid that we want. We can obviously play around with the sort of sizes a little bit. I mean, it should be a little bigger like this. So let's do that. Let's see we can actually have width and height settings properly. So let's say width is going to be of 30 and height is going to be of 30 as well. So if you want proper square boxes, let's see. I think we have to make them bigger. It is too big. Maybe 50 is sort of good. Yeah, I think okay size, I guess. Yeah. Okay. That sort of our grid has gotten formed. Okay. So all the letters would be at the center, and then sort of this is sort of is okay. Okay, maybe you can go with 60. So that's our vertical grid. I think pretty much same as what we wanted. I think the margins are a little more. I think 2 should be okay. Okay. Hey, we don't need the text actually now. Let's see what we'll put inside that after that. Now we have to go back to the keyboard thing. Okay. By the way, one thing I just wanted to show here is that we can sometimes extract out widgets as well. So in this grid, what we have done is we have created a Wordle row like this. What if we want to create a separate, Wordle row separately? So I can do is I can create a new dart file. Let's call it Wordle row. Okay. Here I will create a stateless widget called Wordle row. Okay. Now What I'm going to do is this is sort of a very interesting thing, understanding how to move sort of like uh, the concept of rows outside of one widget from another. Like if your one widget is becoming too complex, there's a lot of logic coming in. You can move it out and extract it out to another widget. So what we can do is that let's move the word size from here to the row. Okay. And here, let's say we put this logic that this will return a row. Okay. This will basically return this row. That what we are returning inside our Wordle crate. This sort of Wordle rows we're saying. So this row that we're saying, okay. So we need those boxes. So how do we create those boxes? Let's say we bring this part of the loop out and we write that here. Okay. We need to import the letterbox. Okay. Instead of doing Wordle rows.add like this, we can just sort of create here. This row is what we needed, right? So this row is already down there. There we go. So we create the boxes, add letterbox inside it, and add the boxes there. From here, we don't need the sort of need of word size sort of here. We don't need this inner loop actually. Okay, so there's something very interesting. Pawan has actually written. So Pawan is very famous in the Flutter community, very famous Flutter dev. Pawan is available on the Codepool handle. So he's written that you can create a column and children inside children. You can create a for loop, right? So I'm just showing the text message that he had sent. So you can create children for var I in text I dot toString like that. It's also possible to be done. Okay. So let's say if I want to just do it this way, I'll remove this thing from here. Okay. For children, I will do is make an array. The array means what? For I can do the int as well, I guess. For var I in text. I don't want to do that for. I don't know. Pawan, can you help me with this a little bit? Is it possible in Dart to create a normal for loop also here, or is it has to be a for each kind of a loop? Till he tells that, I can just write here. I can just create a row, I can just create 6 rows. Okay, so I've sort of extracted the row logic out. Right, so now rows are created separately and then rows are put inside the grid. Okay, you can create a loop and put this as well. We'll still end up with the same result, 5, not 6. Okay. Now that part of the grid has gotten created. Now let's focus on the keyboard. Okay, so the keyboard would look a lot like that letterbox is. I'll just copy that. Let's call it Wordle key. Um, sorry, just a bit of distraction there. Anyway, so we make this key. We'll call it, let's say, Wordle key. Okay. Similar. This does, but I will do is I will add a letter here. So I will do here. This letter I will put inside my constructor. Okay. So anybody creating this Wordle key has to pass the letter. Okay. Letter available there. What I do is inside the container I add a child, and I write text and pass the letter there. Okay. So that sort of a key is there. I will make the keyboard there after that. Okay. So the key and the box look very similar because as we can see, they're not very different. These things and these things, only size is different, but similar kind of logic and all it will need to have. So I will go and do that. So let's say this is my Wordle key, right? So for the Wordle key, what I will do is let's see for the keyboard, we need to have a column here as well. So this has to become a column. Column will have 3 rows. Keyboard needs to have 3 rows, right? Let's just say the first row is going to have Wordle key, and like the whole QWERTY layout. So let's just do that. Q W. Let's see how it's looking like now. Looks like this QWERTY at the bottom like that. Okay. So let me just make the whole keyboard. Okay, so this is for the next row. A and then so manual work here, but we can't really actually avoid it because we will need actually sort of keys for this. You can make a string and sort of make a string split and for each add, make a functional way of doing that as well. So maybe there is a way of doing what I think for I in. This is one way of doing it. Okay. So I actually can do this for the other ones as well if you want to. In fact, I will try to keep this as yeah, fine, and same thing for this as well. Make some small changes. So for this column, I will do a cross-axis alignment of sort of. We have sort of the keyboard there. Obviously, keyboard is a little different here. We don't need that much width actually. So for the Wordle key, I think width we can go for 30, too less. We don't need that border decoration as well, so we can remove the border stuff from there. Background color we do need. Yeah, I mean, sort of what we need. I think the width could be a little bit more. It could be maybe 40. Okay. So that's sort of the keyboard that we need here, and then that's sort of made. Okay. So as of now, none of these is sort of interacting, obviously, and then we will have to sort of work on that. We do need two more keys also. So two of these keys, the enter and sort of the delete buttons as well. So we can do a couple of things actually. So instead of the letter, what we can do is here. We can do keycap. People who use keyboards know what the word keycap means. It's what's sort of written on the top of the key. So I can do final keycap is equal to, and here I can write that if sort of the letter is like let's say for enter, I can use a character. I don't know, let's say underscore for the enter, and for the backspace, let's use this character. Okay, so we can do is so if letter is this, then we can do keycap equal to I can create an icon instead. Icon start, I think is an enter icon, keyboard return. And then I can do is keycap equal to let's say if letter equal to this, right? So Then we can do keycap equal to backspace outlined icon, right? And else you can do keycap text of that letter. Okay. So now here I will put the keycap in the child. So yeah, we sort of have what we need. We have the enter button, the back button, and all of this. Right. Somebody's asked which is the better framework, React Native or Flutter, to start as a beginner. I think that for hybrid app development, like using the same code base to build both iOS and Android apps together, I would recommend Flutter over React Native. Just today itself, actually, very interestingly, there has been I think Zerodha has published. Let me find Zerodha engineering blog. So Zerodha.tech has published an article just today itself. One of the best apps in India made in Flutter is sort of Zerodha, I feel. So they have written an article about from native to React Native to Flutter about their journey. A very nice article about how they made it originally in native Android, and they moved to React Native, then they moved to Flutter, and sort of what was their experience of doing that. And I sort of agree that these days Flutter is easier to learn both, and also has less problems like conflicts in building and all, which happens in React Native. So it's an easy recommendation in that case. Okay. Anyway, so I think we have got most of the things sort of set up. Here, I think a couple of things you want to tweak around with. For example, if the icon you want sort of I don't know, size, if you want to change a little bit. Probably smaller there. If you want sort of shape of this to change, we can change the box shape or rectangle. Radius. You can make these sort of rounded corners that you need in the Flutter ones that you can do here. Text size and all, if you need a little bit larger, those things also you can do. It goes too much. I think I can go to 20. I think this can also be 20. Yeah, I think that's sort of good enough for keyboard. Almost close enough, I guess. Yes, right. You want a little different width also, so that's sort of also possible. I don't think width is supposed to be what a double, right? So we can do, I don't know, we can do 16. Here we can do 14. So yeah, the backspace and the enter button can be a little wider as it is there in the Wordle game. So yeah, okay. I think the keyboard has a little less more margin also around it, so that we can handle. I think give a margin of 4 here. Mostly, yeah, similar. Now you have to actually handle typing the words and how that is sort of supposed to happen. And for that, we actually do need states to be managed. Okay. So what happens is that to handle this in case of Flutter, there are multiple ways of doing this. So just a very simple way of doing state as is shown in a stateful widget in Flutter's example. And I'll just go through that first before actually using a different state management sort of setup, because here state management is a little more complex than that. Is no, I think. So I think state management. So it talks about state management. So it shows how clicking on different things can take you different places in the app and etc. So I think there's a simple app state management that they have shown how to do state management like this, right? So there is a concept of obviously stateful and stateless widgets. I think that's going to be there. I'll just search for that. So if you look at the documentation, it talks about what stateful widgets are, and inside a stateful widget, if you change anything inside the state, it sort of updates the state and it changes. The problem is that stateful widgets are sort of good if the widget changes its own state, kind of a thing sort of happens. It was the home screen that got added by default in our case, right? By the way, I forgot to actually share the code. I will share the code of this repository as well before going on to the next steps. But anyway, so what happens is that in the earlier case, the whole main screen was turned into a stateful widget. And you're clicking on the plus button, the main screen sort of is re-rendered and all of that thing is happening. The thing is that for this Wordle game, we can obviously put the entire state of the game itself right at the top. We can make that okay. We make our Wordle page itself stateful. The thing is that every time anything changes, every letter you type, the whole page will get re-rendered because everything is sort of stateful right from the top, which is not a good way to handle it. And also, you have to pass events from the bottom. You have to either make a callback into the inner function, inner widgets. So because every keyboard you're pressing, they have to work with state in some way. So what is better for these kind of things where you have a lot of different widgets which together are composed to create this, to keep the state separate from the UI completely. And there are a lot of frameworks. So I will just sort of show you some of those. So there is block.dev, block, it's blocklibrary.dev, I believe is the correct website. Yeah. So there's a state management library called block, which sort of talks about one way of doing state management, which is actually the most popular one. There is also a provider pattern. I think there's the provider Flutter package. So this is how the provider library works. Okay. This is one of them. Then there is something called getx, which also apparently is very popular. A lot of people seem to be using it. Right. What I seem to have liked quite a bit to make apps of this scale. Visual Flutter, the Wordle is a very simple app actually, not a lot of state. Is using something called Riverpod. So Riverpod is a little upcoming one. It's made by the author of the same person who created the Provider library. Provider is a very famous library actually. It's the most common one. And but Provider is also for simple apps. Block is mostly that's used for more complex apps. Provider is used for simpler apps. Riverpod is made by the same person who created the Provider library earlier. They have sort of gone back and rewritten that library because they feel like there were some bugs inside Provider and they created Riverpod. And this is sort of what I have preferred using for sort of small projects. Okay, so we'll use this to manage the state, and we will see how we have to manage the state of sort of the word that we have to select and how we can sort of type things. Okay, so let's go there. I think the UI is done. I will just make a commit actually at this point. I haven't made a single commit in this repository. Yeah, I think Provider is Riverpod. I think that's a nice thing. Power I think it's just like you can rearrange the words from Provider, and the only probably word that you can make out of that is Riverpod. So this is the repository where the code is pushed. This is where we will start from the next day also, so you can sort of keep it. Not ending the session right now, just sending it here right now so that you guys have it. I will pin this also probably try to. Just added this in the chat for YouTube if you can see it, the repository. Okay. Yeah. Cool. What we need next is actually a few things to happen here. We need a sort of state management and all of that stuff. What I will do is I will, we will need a list of words, 5-letter valid words, right? So where can we get a list of valid 5-letter words? So the hack obviously is that I already have created such a list. I have a repository called words where you can get a list of 4-letter words and 5-letter words and 6-letter words. But where did I get this list from? So, all 5-letter words in English. Think search. There are some places where you can get a list of 2,400 words that have 5 letters in English. So starting with A, starting with B, and this bunch of words here. So possible to pick from here is one of the places you can scrape that a bit. So apparently, there are multiple ways to sort of scrape this. Let's say I take just, I don't know, this li, use this in console. So temp 0 dot inner, not temp 0 actually. I have to pick this whole list. So the unordered list. Use this in console temp 1, and we can do, sorry, in our text should be all of these words. We can do is dot split on /n, should give me an array of these words, right? And sort of just copy this maybe as JSON, and that's one of the ways of getting sort of all the possible words. Okay, so there are actually 2,400 sort of words here. Some of them might be very uncommon. So I think common 5-letter words in English, maybe you can find 600 plus common 5-letter words. I think apparently there's this list as well, so can pick from here as well. So anyway, I have done that job for you, and there is this list of words of 4-letter words, 5-letter words, and 6-letter words, all are there. So in fact, what I will do is I will add this to my app. Where can I download it from? Here, right? So we'll just, I'll just take this and go inside our assets. So there is a you can create an assets folder here. And inside assets, you can add this. So let's see how to add our assets into our app is you have to go in your YAML file, and we have to add some assets. So here's how to add assets. So add our assets. We add 4, 5, 6, all of them. 4-letter words, 5-letter words, and 6-letter words. Because about the scraping process, so I mean, you can use a proper scraper like Beautiful Soup is there. But if you just want to do it on your browser itself, you can just open any site and like I opened. Good. I think help from Pavan there. Is that I can just put asset / there. It will pick up the whole folder. So that's something we can do. Okay. So what we will do is also another thing we have to add in PubSpec is how to add river pod. So how to add river pod into a project. I will do that as well. So to add river pod in our project, I have to add dependencies. Flutter river pod this. What is the latest version available? Let's check also. The latest version is actually 1.0.3. That's sort of a beta pre-release version. 2.0.0 dev 0. I think we can use that. That's fine. So I will add this in the dependencies. Okay. And you have to run Flutter pub get so that it can download the river pod dependency.
Okay. So to deal with sort of state, there are multiple ways that are shown in the RiverPod package itself. So I think getting started, they have shown that you have to first of all put something inside hello world provider like this. So a provider is something inside which the data can change, and then you have to put your app inside provider scope, and then you can sort of access the value from the provider like this. Okay, so this is how to create a provider. Okay, it sort of returns a value, and then this is how to read a provider inside. Some widget that you want to use the data, you have to turn into consumer widget. It is shown like this. So I will actually implement this, and we will see how that sort of works. Okay. And there are apparently some more complex things. So there's some examples given. So there is an example of a to-do list app, which uses providers. So what they have done is they have created a to-do class. So the to-do class is encapsulating to-do objects. They have created a to-do list. Okay. So a to-do list is something of a type called state notifier. What is a state notifier is a way to sort of update, the value of the to-do list. So there's an add function to add to-dos. There's a, toggle function, edit function like that. So we will also do certain things like that. So let's do that. Okay. What we will need here, so 4-letter words we have done. I think we need to get the other ones as well. I think. Download the 5-letter words too. Now we have to read these values. So I'll create a folder. Let's say I create a directory for providers. I'll create another directory for data. So there are a couple of things I will load. So one thing is I will create a game settings object which stores data like how many attempts somebody can take, and how many, what is the word size, so that we can change the word size, and how many this thing attempts somebody can do. So those kind of things. Okay. So I'll do is game settings. So for this game settings provider, what I will do is there are a couple of things I will do. So I'll create a class. Okay. This should have two values. One is
word size. We can give a default value of, say, 5, and attempts equal to 6. Okay, that's not the default value. Okay, we can also do is create another function called create a function called clone. What this does, from my existing game settings object, we can create another game settings object and change either the word size or sort of the attempts. Okay, so we can pass either in create another constructor as well. So let's see why I've some of this elaborate process is happening and why I'm doing this. Okay. In fact, leave these things here. So okay. So what we'll do is we'll create a state notifier. What's a state notifier? A state notifier is function which sort of wraps around any class, and then inside that class we can create functions to mutate it so that it will update our state. So why I'm doing all of this process, it will be a little more understandable when we sort of create an observer. Okay, so the thing is that we don't want to listen, we don't want to manually listen for when word size changes, when attempt changes. That's what Riverpod helps us with. We will create a provider, and whichever widgets depend on the provider, whenever game settings changes, the provider will update the widget automatically. So for that to happen, we will have to do this setup a little bit. Okay, so this is our actual main object that we really need, nothing else. This is the notifier inside which we will write the functions how to update the game settings. We will not write those functions directly here. So one of the things that we will do is update attempts. Okay. We'll take attempts inside it, and what we'll do is we'll do state equal to state dot clone, and we will pass the new value of attempts to somebody, and why go through all this convoluted process? So the reason for that is, this operator somebody had asked, what is this doing? So it means that if attempts is null, then use this side. If word size is null, then use this. If word size is not null, it will use this. If word size is null, then it will use this side. That's what the question mark operator means. Okay. People who have written code in Kotlin, the Elvis operator like this, that's the same thing. Anyway, so this state, there is a setter for the state. Okay. So as you can see, when we do state equal to state dot clone something, it does not directly set the value. There is a setter. What it does is that it actually notifies some listeners. Okay. So internally, Riverpod has a concept of listeners, and all the widgets which depend on the state, they will listen to that. And whenever the state updates, it will refresh those widgets. That's why I am not creating update attempts. So I could also do is, create update attempts here. And simply do this dot attempts equal to I, something like this. So we'll not do that. Instead, we will always update the full state, and actually we will keep this as final. So we will never update attempts or word size inside game settings. If we want to update the word size or game settings, we will create actually a new game settings object and notify the state. And finally, we will create a provider. So we will create something like this. And this is a global object, which is fine to do. And because the state is going to be global. So we will create a global object. Game settings provider. And inside the game settings provider, we do is we create a new state notifier provider, which takes data type. State notifier provider takes the notifier and the state. So the notifier is game setting notifier, the state is game settings, and okay, what happened? You have to provide a create function. I think can't make it const. I'm sorry. We have to make it a final. By default, we will make game settings with word size 5 and attempts as 6. I think that should be it. Oh, sorry, we have to create a game settings notifier. In fact, we can just pass that here. So the default way to create it is to create a game settings object with word size 5 and attempt 6. Like making this thing, why I'm doing it this way. So we create a game settings provider that creates a notifier. The notifier creates a default game settings object with word size 5 and attempt 6. And if we call it update attempts or update word size, then those data can change. Now, where do we need the attempts and the word size, right? So we need the attempts and the word size inside the
sort of attempts we need in here, right? Wordle grid. Okay, so we can do one thing. Instead of passing the word size as a const here, we can do is here write make this required. No. Okay. Or just sort of so here inside every Wordle row we will have to provide the word size. Okay, so let's just say for every word size we have the const. We did not actually use the const rows here anyway. So what we will do here is instead of actually hard coding this, we want to sort of fetch these values from the provider and also have a way to update these values in the provider. So let me do one thing in my in my title bar, right? So inside the title bar, we have this thing, like beside, after Wordle, we can maybe add 3 buttons to shift things from 1 word to 2, 5 word to 6 word, something like that. Okay. So let's say we can change sort of the difficulty. We can create a, so there's this text. So I'll just, after the text, something else I will add. So we will add here is, let's say, a button for changing the word size. Okay, so let's say, so let's do, Yeah. So this high button, what we do is if we click on that, it will just toggle the difficulty of the sort of game from, let's say, high, low, or something like that. So we will design something around that, and this is something to click and change the number of words that are available. So we want to change the game settings here. Okay, so those are two buttons that we want to build here. Okay, so let's see how to do that. In fact, what we'll have to do is we'll create two different widgets also for that. So we will create a difficulty button, and we will create a word size button. Or we can sort of create it there only. It's fine. I think we can just sort of create a. So what I'm going to do is I'm first time going to create something called a stateful widget, a consumer widget. So why I will do a consumer widget? So I'll create a consumer widget, and I will call this as word size toggle. Okay. And I will return here. This is the word size toggle. Let's say I will just return this thing here. Now, instead of making this container here, I will make a word size toggle here. So the word size toggle, let's say we don't need the key. I have to import consumer widget from riverboard. Yeah. So we'll create the word size toggle here, right? So inside the word size toggle, instead of writing the text 4, what we will do is we will do game settings equal to ref.read game settings provider. So we will read the game settings provider. Okay. And instead of 4 here, we will write game settings dot word size. But we also want to change the word size. So that's also something that we want to do. Okay. And this has to be turned into string, I think. Can we do string? Okay. Now I will create a function here. Update word size. Okay. And inside that I will call game settings notifier dot update word size and pass a new word size. So what I will do is okay. So simple logic, what it does is that it checks what's the current word size. If it is 5, it will move to 6. If 6 move to 4, and 4 will move to 5. This is the update word size function. Okay.
this is what I want to do when this button is pressed. Okay, so we can have, I think here we can have a on pressed. We can, instead of a text, we can create a text button now. That we can create a, I don't know, outlined button, and child can be this, and on pressed we can do bit word size. Okay. So now a problem has happened, no provider scope found. That's because I did not follow the basic instruction that was given here, that I have to create a provider scope for everything. So that is fine. What I have to do is I have to put the main app inside a provider scope. So I will go and do that. I will go main.dart and I will put the main app here. Inside run app only, that has been done. Run app, provider scope, child, my app. Okay. Provider scope and child, my app. Okay. Now if I click on 5, it changes to 6 and 4, 5, 6. As you can see, this state changing is happening. Okay. Now this is just to change the state in this button. Why did I do so many, roundabout things? Because if all we needed to change was just the state of this button, we could have just made this button as a stateful button and it would have worked. But why did I do all of these effort is because now I will make my grid word size depend on that word size. How will I do that? I will change this into a consumer widget. When I make it a consumer widget, I will have to add a ref here. Ref. Okay. So now where will I get the word size from? I will get the word size from here. And we just pass the word size everywhere. Small little thing, I have not set it up. Yeah, I'll just okay. So now the size of every row would also depend on that game settings provider. Now let's see if this worked or not. I change it to 6, change it to 4. Okay, so this is what creating state outside the widget helps us in. That we can click this button, change the state getting changed as redraws all these rows as well. Okay. Creating this button, I would also do something similar with this button. If I do high, medium, and low, then what will happen is we will change the number of attempts that are available from
high, medium, and low. So 4 attempts, 5 attempts, and 6 attempts. We can do something like that. Okay. So that will tell us how many rows we will need as well. Okay. Let's see. We'll do the same thing in the title bar, and we will go and create like the Wordle size toggle, something similar to that. Attach toggle, okay. Here what we'll do is read the game settings in the game setting notifier. We'll do update attempts, and attempts by default will give it 6. Okay, and this we will change between let's say we change it between 5, 6, and 7 attempts, or we can do 4, 5, 6 only is fine, I think. So we can do is the default state of game settings. Yeah. So 4, 5, 6, and okay. The text would be a little different. Here I will write can't return from a switch statement, sadly. Okay, fine. So game settings dot attempts. So case 4, we will write text equal to 5. High, medium, and low, and default would also be there. It's the same, and here we'll pass this text here. Okay, so we make this word size toggle here, and here we write the word toggle. Okay, and the word size toggle. Also, we have to do 0 here and 30 there, and 40, and we can also do yeah. So we can change. Sorry. This is what attempts toggle is also doing update attempts. Okay. So now we will fetch the number of attempts from here rather than doing the rows here. do for int I equal to 0 and I less than game settings dot attempts and I plus plus, and then we'll do rows dot add Wordle row with word size as word size. That's all, and we'll just add the rows there. Okay. So we can change the high difficulty, medium difficulty, and low difficulty, and we can change the word size. So now we actually have a better game than the original Wordle because we can either use 4-letter, 5-letter, or 6-letter words, and we can also change the difficulty of the game as well. Okay. For line number 73 change, line number 73, where were you asking? I think. Oh yeah, this you are asking. So you are correct, Sumitra. So we have fixed that. So I will add a commit till now. Okay. So I have updated the game settings state to your GitHub repository. Okay. So I will actually continue with the actual playing the game and sort of setting the state for every word we have selected. Probably in tomorrow's session, we have been at it for almost 2 hours now, right? I will like to cover a few other things meanwhile. One of them is that this, as you have seen, is sort of running on Chrome. We can also run it on as a desktop app as well, like a native desktop app. So I can actually run this, and it builds a native app to run. And then finally, one thing very interestingly also is possible is that to be able to run it on a mobile as well. So I will also run it on a mobile and show it to you. Okay, so this is a native app on macOS where we can actually play the game as well. Okay, this is not running in Mac. Okay, this is a proper desktop app. Okay, and then apart from that, we can also run it on mobile as well. So let's see. So I'll just compile it for Android as well. This will take a bit of time, I guess. Take some time to compile for Android. But this is now an app that actually runs on mobile as well as web. So you can actually ship it as a website, and you can also ship it as an APK as well. So before doing today's session, whatever we have built sort of till now, okay, let me see, I think. Okay, so this is running on my mobile. A couple of things obviously have happened. I have to see that. Running on the phone. One of the things that has happened is that the keyboard has sort of leaked outside a little bit at the bottom. We can fix that a little bit by going to the keyboard keys and making their width maybe 50 and 5. Making the sizes as 18. And heights should be fine. Let's see height. We can also maybe reduce a bit. We can make it 55. So still a bit of problem. Still leaking out a little bit. So maybe the margin we can reduce slightly more then. So we have a margin of 4. We can make it 3 maybe. So it fits into the phone quite okay. There are other ways of sort of handling this as well. We can find the width of the phone and then fit the keyboard inside that as well. One more thing that has happened is sort of at the top, the sort of status bar thing has sort of shifted inside. There are ways to sort of handle that as well. I think we have put it inside a scaffold. Probably add a empty container in the app bar, maybe. I don't know. We have to create an app bar. We can create an empty app bar. Let's see. Oh, that creates a empty app bar though, I think. We can handle some of those things. So we'll probably fix some of those things as well. But yeah, I mean, we can handle some of those things like this. But yeah, this works on both mobile phones as well as web, as we can see. In fact, you can also do is like actually host it on GitHub Pages as well. Very interestingly. So I have actually was making something similar once. I just mostly projects when I'm doing live streaming, I try to build them once manually as well before the session. So I was building this. So this is also built till sort of similar state as what we were building today in class. You can actually also create a GitHub workflow where what I do is I actually build for web and release it to GitHub Pages as well. So this project, this is one that I made a few days back. So this is actually hosted, and this is the same game made in Flutter only, right? And so stuff like that, and press enter and see if the word is correct or not, and so it does not check if the word is a valid word or not, like the Wordle game. So those things are still left to be done. Right. So apparently RIK letters are there. So we will have to see, what word it can be. Anyway, this is something that I just similar thing I was just making, and we have to add the letter adding things as well. We will do it in tomorrow's session how to do that, and we'll also sort of host the website also, and we will actually make an APK also that will get released. Okay. So that one you can check, that's on my GitHub as well. And today, whatever we have done till now, I will just push the latest state. So okay, so that's sort of it. I have pushed the current state till now. So building a clone of Word, as you might be knowing if you had attended the last session. So we are trying to build, this game that has been very famous, quite trending on Twitter these days. Everybody is playing this game. So we're trying to build something like that. In fact, we have added a few extra functionalities as well in that. So what we have done is we have added the capability to change the difficulty of the game. So, higher difficulty means you get less number of low, medium, and high. So you get less number of attempts. If it's high difficulty, then you get only 4 attempts. If you get medium, you get 5 attempts, and low, you get 6 attempts. And also change the word size and all of that. Okay, so we are done here. What we have to do now is actually look at the game state, and this is sort of going to be how sort of game logic design kind of works. We have got most of the UI working. How do we load the words? How do we select each word? So that will be happening here. So let's go ahead and do that. Okay. So what we need to do is, like we had the game settings provider, which sort of helps us keep track of how many, what is the word size and how many attempts are allowed. So I will have a game state provider now. Okay. So we will create another file here. We'll call it game state provider. And here we will have a class. Okay. We will create a notifier, just like we did it the last time. We need a notifier to sort of, update. Hey, hi, Rishabh. See your chat there. So we need to update the the state using a notifier so that all our widgets can listen to it. So this is a little complex process of setting up the notifier, but we'll just do this. So every time we create a new provider, it's actually quite easy if you see the steps. So what we have to do is create another class called game state notifier. Game state notifier will extend from state notifier and state notifier of data type game state. Okay. We just need to add the constructor here. Okay. We don't need to pass anything here. We can have a default state kind of a thing. We will actually check those things. And finally, we have to create a final game state provider, which is going to be constructed from state notifier provider. Okay. So we create a state notifier provider. We will basically create a new game state notifier here. Okay. So we'll just remove this for now. We'll just make it, just make an empty constructor of game state. Okay. And we will do here. So that's sort of what all we need. Okay, not much else, except now our game state provider has to watch game settings because, so first of all, in our game state, what are the things that we need? We need a list of words which are valid words. So we will create, final list of string. Okay. Valid words. Okay. All of these things we need to provide basically inside the constructor as well. So we will do that. Oh, hey, hi, Rishabh. I just saw the other message. So you implemented your Medium clone and that helped you land a job at Deloitte. That's great. Like, I am so happy to hear that. Congratulations. Hopefully next time you want to switch jobs or anything, maybe some other video of mine can help you. I'll be very happy. So somebody, Coding Cosmos, has asked that if you want to apply at Zomato as an Android intern, then would they ask DSA questions? They do ask a few DSA questions. They don't really ask a lot of very difficult DSA questions, but some DSA questions are asked, right? Okay. So we will create, let's say, valid words originally as an empty string. Okay. We will see other things slowly happening. So how do we fetch these valid words? We have these, list of 4-letter words, 5-letter words, and 6-letter words. So to read them, what we can do is we have created this thing called a Wordle repo. What I will do is I will create a function to load words. Okay, so I will create a function called let's say I'll create an async function, by the way. So why I need to create an async function is because reading words is a file input output operation, which so let me just start off with load words. Okay. And I will provide the word length here. Okay. Now, to do this thing, what I have to do is I have this thing root bundle, and here there is a load string, and inside the load string we can pass assets slash, and I can pass word length hyphen. So I can do this, something like this. Now this has basically a callback type, right? So I can do a then on here, or what I can do is I can just call await here. Now to make it await, my outer function has to be a future. So this is how it is going to be. It's people who have worked on JavaScript would know a little bit about how promises are written. So you create a function that returns promise, and you can make that function async, and you can do await here, something like this, basically. Okay. So I will do here is final data equal to this. Then what we need to do is actually, so I will I'll do JSON decode this data, right, as a list of, I think the dynamic type. Okay. So we do list string here. I want to do a few things here. I want to do dot map, and I want to map each item to okay, let's say just want to return this thing. Sorry. Okay, so I will JSON decode this, and I'll just return everything. Okay. We have this load words function. How is that useful? We will see here. So valid words is that's an empty string. We would need a few things inside my game state. I need a final string word. Okay. Sorry.
So the first word that we'll start off with, let's say, is begin, and we will load different words every time sort of refresh is pressed. Okay, next we need word length. Actually, that is also something we'll save here. Finally, in the word length. Okay, we will pass that also here. Word length is 5 by default. In fact, we might not need the word length. What we can do is instead, we can also keep the game settings object inside this. We can have final game settings. Okay. Now we have to pass a game settings object here. How do we do that? We can do is final settings equal to ref dot watch game settings provider, and we can pass the game settings object here. We don't need the word length anymore. Okay. Why all of these things happening here? So Dharti, you asked that when some data is likely to change when the app is running, we put it in a provider. That's correct. I mean, state, things which will change, and based on it changing, if we want some widgets to re-render and redraw or something like that. So for those kind of things, we put it inside a provider. Okay, state of the app, those things we put it inside providers. Things which will remain constant, we don't need to put inside providers. Okay. So we'll put this, settings here. Now, what I'm doing here is basically defined in, the river pod as the concept of combining providers. So what is it that if you want the weather to depend on city, so what you can do is when you're creating weather provider, you can, sort of watch the city provider, something like this. So that's possible. Okay. So I'm doing something like this. I have created my game state provider, which depends on my game settings provider. So if game settings updates, my game state will also update, because if my game setting, the word size or attempts update, then I have to update the game state accordingly. Okay. So now we will create a game state with some valid words. Correct word is begin, settings go to settings, something like this. What else do we sort of need here is we'll have to create a function called update words. Okay, so let's say we create a function and we make it a future function void update. Okay. Why do we have this update words function? So this function is to sort of load the words into the game state. Okay. So what we will do here, whenever update words is sort of called, we will load this data. So words equal to, we will do load words, and in word length we will pass is the state dot settings dot word size. Okay. And this will fetch me all the words that I needed. And I need to update the words in the state. So I will have to create a clone function like we had in the settings. Okay. So we will create a game state clone function here. Okay. Very similar to this. And here we will pass. So sometimes we might need to update the words here. So awesome. List string. Um, so, so for valid words, what we'll do is either valid words are provided to us, or we'll use the older set, something similar to that. Okay. Now, when I load the words, after loading the words, what I will do is state equal to state.clone, valid words equal to words. Okay. I have to wait, sorry. Right. So whenever game setting sort of updates, what we do is we create and then we do game state notifier dot update words. Okay. So let's try to understand what's sort of happening here. Every time so I'm watching basically my game settings provider. So anything in game settings gets updated, either the word size or the attempt. So if that gets updated, I create a new game state notifier and I update the words inside it. So if the words got updated, I will reload the words from my JSON file, right? So this is to sort of update the words. We also will have another function void. This function is basically correct word, or let's just call it reset correct word. New correct word. What does this do? We will provide a correct word as well. How do I find out this correct word thing? We can do is so I import the random function so that I can do is create a new correct word. How can I create a new correct word? I will do state dot valid words, and out of that I will find out what does this function do? The new correct word function, it updates the correct word by fetching a new correct word from the existing valid words. So the valid word would always be this list, basically an array of 4-letter words, or an array of 5-letter words, an array of 6-letter words. Okay. So every time I call the new correct word function,
it would update the value of correct word inside state by fetching another valid word from the valid words inside the state. Okay. Um, awesome. So why do we want to do that? Right. So we want to do that because every time a game is ended, so we go to the next game, we can find out a new correct word like this. Okay. In fact, after update words is done, we should also call new correct word here. This will update the state twice, once here and once here. So rather than doing that, we can just simply do is update word is called. Okay. So interesting. We get this thing happening. Now, what is the correct word? If you just want to print the correct word every time the settings are updated, we can just do one thing. Let's just say if I just want to write a log line here. So I just do this and I just run this game. We will see that whether the correct word gets updated every time or not. I change the things. Okay. So I'll just check my logs here. Okay, it's not yet getting printed. Let me see if I missed something. Let me just add a watch too. Okay, so we have got a little bit of a problem here. Let's see. Why I think the load words repo has a little bit of problem. I have to, I think, list. I think I have to cast it to. Yeah, I think this should be a list casting expression. This should help. I think this should solve the problem. So correct word still does not seem to be printed. Let's see. But the new correct word is begin. If I change it to 6, if I change it to something else, yeah, so that does happen. So sounds good, I think. This is sort of okay. The word gets updated every time I click on this. The word is getting updated, which is what I want. That's happening. Okay. A couple of other things that we need inside my game state is also a list of attempts. And I can just call this as, I don't know, late. Um, what else do we need is we want to keep a record of all the attempts that have been done and how many attempted, rows have been attempted. Okay. So I will add the required values for this as well. So I have to add. Okay. So in the default case, what will happen is, we will start off with attempts as an empty array, and we will start off with attempted as 0. Okay, so that's the default case we start off with. Okay. So we will have to add these here as well.
Now, what we have to do is every time a letter is sort of typed, we have to add sort of, update the current attempt. And another thing that we need to add is sort of when all 5 letters have been typed, and then we have to check if this word exists or not. So actually finalize that attempt. Okay. So we will add 2 functions here. So one is update current attempt with string key, and I will add another one. Or we can do it with the update current attempt only. Okay, so just this one only. So we can check for actually if. So remember our keyboard. If you look at the keyboard, we had used underscore for enter and this less than arrow for delete actually. Okay, so we can actually handle here that if key is underscore, and enter press. If key equal to this, then handle delete backspace. Okay. So what do we do? So if just a single letter is pressed, then first we have to check if it is the first letter or not. Okay, so if this is the first letter we are talking about, the first letter has been clicked or not. Okay, the first letter is clicked or not, then we have to check if attempts exist or not. So if state dot attempts or I'll just do this. Okay. If attempts dot length, okay, and if 0 has been attempted, right? So if I do if attempts dot length is equal to, or I mean, we can actually for safety side also use less than equal to state dot attempted. Okay. What we need to do is we need to pass attempts we'll have to do attempted state dot attempted. Actually, we'll have to just add one, so we'll have to do attempts dot add b string there. Okay. Or other than that, what we can do is we can have current attempt as an empty string. So if this is if attempts dot length is actually greater than state dot attempted, we can just do current attempt equal to which part am I dealing with here is that I am going to keep track of how many I have attempted till now. Okay, so for example, in this state, 3 are already attempted. So I want to, like if I just refresh this and I play this game, so ERT like this. Now, what happens when I want to press sort of the letter? I mean, let's just say we have. So we write a word, press enter. So how many are attempted right now? One is attempted. This row is, by the way, attempts index 1, right? This is attempts index 0, glow. The next one, empty one, is attempts index 1. So if attempted equal to 1, then currently the row that I am dealing with, right? The row on which I am writing things is basically uh, the attempts state.attempted. This is the one I'm writing to. Okay. So first I will check that if attempts.length is actually greater than or not. If it is, then I just handle the current attempt there. If this attempts.length is equal to state.attempted, it means that this is the first letter I'm about to type right now. Okay. Now, what I will do here is that if current attempt dot length is greater than equal to state dot settings dot word size. So if this length exceeds the word size somehow, I will have to print a warning here, or I can actually, in fact, throw an exception also. Okay, or print a warning, whatever I want to do. So I should technically just print a warning. Let's just say here that you know. So I just write this thing and I just return from here. Don't deal with anything here. Okay. So if the current attempt dot length is already greater than or equal to this. If it is not, then what I will do is I will do current attempt equal to current attempt plus equal to the key. Sorry, current attempt plus equal to the key that was pressed. Okay. And then I will do is attempts state dot attempted right equal to current attempt. Okay. And then I will create a clone of the state. I will do state equal to state dot clone, and I will update the attempts. Okay. So whenever I'm typing a letter, what happens is that I fetch the attempts. I see that if this row already has some letters written, I fetch that one. Then if I see that if my row is already exceeding the correct word size, then I just print this in return. Otherwise, I add that key to the current attempt. So if it was written, like df, this is written. So I'll just do df and then plus the key that was actually pressed. Okay. And then what else do we do? I will do state.clone. Okay. So that's sort of it. Okay. Only thing is I will just do a print here of current attempt so that we can see that this data is changing or not. Okay. So where do I call update current attempt for? We will do that whenever any keyboard key is pressed. So whenever any keyboard key is pressed, right? This is the keyboard key. This is the container, and this is the keycap, right? So here's the sort of keycap. So I will put the keycap actually inside. The keycap can be icon or text. So I will keep the keycap inside a button. make something packable in Flutter. So I'll wrap this inside a apparently inkwell. What we'll do here in every key press is I will make this a consumer widget. And then I will add a ref here. So I will read I will update the current attempt with the key. So with the key, I will pass this letter here basically. So let's see what happens. I think I have to just run it again maybe. Okay, we have a little bit of a problem. So the button press was detected, of course, except we did have a problem. We'll have to check once. Interesting. So I think we are having a bit of a problem. In calling this function, update current attempt. So we are having a problem here somewhere. In fetching the key, I think this is somewhere we're having a problem. Let me see if this is a big issue. Actually, I'll just run this on native actually. That way the errors are a little easier to track. If you're running it on web, then the errors are a little harder to track because it's a JS error instead of a Dart error. Here the error will happen in Dart only. If you're running it in Android or iOS or native Mac. So I'm running it on native Mac and I will just see where the error actually occurred. So let's see. Okay, let's just press a button and see. Okay, so the error happens somewhere here. Attempt state.attempted equal to current attempt. So this is the one where sort of the problem happens. Okay. I think I missed an if condition somewhere. Oh, sorry. Here. Let's see what happens now. Okay, so this happens. Whatever I wanted to sort of print. Now, if I reach beyond 5-letter words, it's sort of saying trying to type words longer, and it's not doing anything here. Okay, so which is sort of fine. The letters are getting typed, which is sort of awesome. Let's make the letters actually show up on the screen. So how do we make the letters show up on the screen is that we have to look at the Wordle row. And inside the Wordle row, we have to sort of show up the letter on the screen appropriately. Wordle rows are actually created from the Wordle grid. So inside the Wordle grid, we will have to get access to the current attempt and actually display things there. So what we have to do is here we will need access to okay. I just want to check, by the way, folks who are on Discord, are you getting the audio and video properly? We can mention that on the Learn Together channel if you're seeing the audio and video properly or not. I just didn't check for people on Discord. If anyway by not, then you can also come over to the YouTube stream instead. So yeah, let's see. So what we need to do here in the game, when we're creating the grid, every row that we will create. So we are passing the word size, of course. Let's also pass the contents here. The content is going to be a string. Let's just say, okay, thanks, Jatin, for mentioning that it's audible. So here, let's just say I add, when creating the row of words, I pass as a string. So I will actually add in Wordle row. I will add final string. Just add the word here. Okay, so we'll just add the word that needs to be there inside this row, and when it is getting constructed, so this is required. Okay. So what we do for the Wordle row when we are constructing it here is be game state dot attempts ith one. Only problem is that ith attempt might be empty. Okay. So there are a bunch of ways to handle this. A couple of things we can do. One is actually a better option is actually we can go to game state provider, and here in the sort of attempts, we can actually create it with as many attempts are there, that many empty strings we can actually create instead. That's one way to handle it. Then this if conditions to handle all of these problems would not also sort of have happened. But the other way could be, we can just check here that word equal to empty string, and if game state dot attempts dot length is greater than I, then word equal to gamescale.attempts ith1, right? And then instead of word, I will pass the word here like this. Okay, so the word gets passed into the row. So a word is available. Now, for every letter box that we are creating, we can get the letter as well. So here we can add a final string letter. Okay. We can make this actually nullable if we want to, and we can pass this, I don't know, required this dot letter. Let it not be required as well because it's a nullable column. Okay. Here inside the container, we can now add a child text, and text can be letter or empty string. Okay. So from the grid, I will pass the word into each row. From the row, I will pass the, I will have to pass the characters into each letter box. So what I will do here is that now, if word dot length is greater than j, the string file I have to wordle dot caret. No character at. Why can't we do G like this? Sorry. So you have to do later. Okay. Okay. So let's just see this again from the beginning. So in the grid, what I'm doing is that I am checking if there is a word that exists for each row. So this is the for loop that I run for every row. And if a word for that row exists, if a word for that row exists, I pass that word. Otherwise, I pass an empty string. Okay. Then inside the row, what I do is I get a word. I check if the length of the word is greater than j. If it is, then for every box that we are adding, we pass the letter of that word. Otherwise, we pass an empty box. And in the letter box, if we get a letter, we show it. Otherwise, we don't show it. So yeah, there we go. So T, Y, U, W, F, the letters that we typed that have come up and they have shown here. Only thing is we need to probably add some styling here a little bit better. Let's see. Style, I'll do text style, and font size I can give 20 here. Okay. So good enough for what it looks like. Maybe we need to make it bold as well, so we can do that. Font weight. Sorry. So bold as well. So words are sort of coming up here, except we need to handle backspace and enter button also, right? Let's go and handle backspace and enter. While we do that, I will just sort of update a commit here. So adding words to rows is work. Okay, cool. Okay. So time to handle the when enter button is pressed and when back button is pressed. So when back button is pressed, what we will do is that if current attempt, so we can do something about the current attempt fetching thing. So can remove all of this stuff here actually. If current attempt is empty, I think empty is a empty string, right? I mean, the string is empty. So if current attempt is empty, we can just write here cannot backspace on empty. But if it's not empty, then what we will do current attempt equal to current attempt dot substring from 0 to current attempt dot length minus 1. Okay. So this way, what we will do is we will backspace basically one character, and then we don't need to do this anymore. So we'll update the current attempt with going backspace. So let's try this out. And then backspace, does it work? Yeah, backspace works too. Okay. Slight little update actually inside the key. I'll do is I'll put the inkwell outside, in fact. So I'll make the whole container. I'll put the container inside an inkwell rather. Okay, so this inkwell thing. Instead of this child, I will return this container. So that way my container is inside my inkwell. Let's see if that works. You can press the whole button actually then, yeah, which is actually better. Sort of better. Cool. So that works. Awesome. Now we have to handle the enter button press. Okay. So let's see how to handle the pressing the enter button. So when the enter button is pressed. So when the enter button is pressed, one thing that we have to check is that if dot length is less than state dot settings dot word size. In that case, we'll print that word and we just return from here. But if it is okay, then all we need to do is we have to update state with attempted and state dot attempted +1. I have to press +1 on the attempted, and then the enter will start working. So let's see how does this happen. So now, if I press more back beyond this, cannot backspace on empty string. Now I add glow, and then if I try to type anything more, cannot type more. If I press enter, then if I start typing, it's the next word. So I'm able to go from one row to the next row. That is fine. The only thing is that when an attempt is sort of finished, then we also have to sort of mark these letters as whether they were done or not. So that is also something that I have to do. How to handle that? So let's go and check that out. So we will check that if in the Wordle row, so here we will have to manage, we will have to find out whether something has been attempted or not, and if it has been attempted, whether to mark the letter in gray or in green, etc. All of these things. Okay. So to do that, when we are creating this letterbox, we will have to pass a few things. We will have to pass the word size into this. Word size is sort of not needed. The correct word is needed and the letter. So we will have here final attempted final boolean. So the value of attempted, we will pass a true or false, something like that. We have to also pass the correct word. Or rather than doing these things, what we can do is maintain the word state actually at a global game state level. So instead of doing this, I'll do is go to the game state provider and um, so here I will do is I'll create a hash map of this type. So basically, so I'll create a hash map where I keep this information. Let's say the letter F has been used. So I have a hash map of this type A, B, C, D like this. If letter A is unused, I will write unused. If B has been, used, but we find out that it is not there in the word, like B is, right? So we write that, B is um, invalid. C, so let me try out some other word actually here in the real Wordle game. So I'll try the word craft. Okay. So words like C and R, which sort of have hit the correct position for this, we can have that thing mentioned here, that whether that word has been utilized or not. So those information we can store. Either we can do that, or what we can do is we can maintain it at the letterbox level. We provide the word. We also need attempted is true or not attempted. What will be passed in attempted and boolean? So we'll have to add required this dot correct word and require this. So to pass the value of attempted, what we need is that if or I can pass the attempted value from word row itself. So I can write here. Pass it from one level above actually. So in the grid, what I will do is I will check if game state dot attempted is greater than, so if I'm third row and more than three have been, so a value of attempted is three or more, then I will do attempted true, and I will pass that value here. That's easy to pass through. The attempted I can just simply pass through here. We need letter, we need attempted. We also need the correct word. So pass that. And we can create the word letter box accordingly then. Now we have to check in basically the letter box that we're creating. We have to give it background color of gray, yellow, or green based on if the word was valid or not. So here we have to pass some color. So by the way, here if in color we pass green, same, all the boxes will become green. Not what we want. So what we will do is we need a color return type, right? So what we do is we create a function here. Color get bg color. Or you can also do it like this. I think color bg color. Yeah. So what should be the bg color be? Now for the bg color we need what's it? Go to the function only. So if attempted, so I'll make this as this. If attempted, if not attempted, so then we will simply return null. Else we will see that if correct word dot if not correct word dot contains the letter, then we return color dot gray. if we also have to parse the index here. Interesting. So we'll pass the position when we're creating the letter box, position equal to j. If correct word dot index of letter equal to position, then if it is equal to position, then green actually, and else we can return colors dot yellow, orange maybe. So if this row is not attempted, we don't give any BG color. If the if it does not contain this letter, then gray. If it contains letter at the correct position, then green. Otherwise, which means it does contain it, okay, but not at a correct position, then it will be orange. So let's see, how does that look like? So we'll have to do here in the container, we will have to pass decoration color equal to get BG color. Okay, everything got turned green. Seems like not correct. Was the word green? Everything is turning green. Something must be wrong here. So I think we'll have to print. I think I sent the wrong correct word here. That's the problem. So this is supposed to be correct word here. Correct word is not the word. Correct word is supposed to be something else. So, okay. So we'll have to see this once now. The correct word is mouse. Okay. Okay, so here we have a little bit of problem. As you can see, my letters are being in capital, right? So we can handle this. How we can handle this is we can go to the keyboard, and here I will just change this to, okay. Okay. When showing it in the keyboard key, I will make sure that the keycap is letter dot to uppercase. Okay. That way, I can start playing the game. I don't know. Yeah. Oh, we have to handle the uppercase letter inside the letter box as well. So inside letter box, the letter would be letter dot to uppercase. Okay, so I think I got sort of E correct, A as a hint, because the actual word is supposed to be place. So if I do plank, I will get PALA as correct. Okay, so this working. Most of the logic that I needed for the game, that's sort of working here. Okay, and correct word is sort of getting formed here. In actual game, what happens is that there is no gray border around this green. We can do some of those cosmetic updates to our game in our game, right? How can we do those cosmetic updates? Let's quickly see. Also do a border. Border should be what? Box border. So let's return box border. or we can do, I don't know. If not attempted, we will return this. Else we will return border or all, and color would be transparent, and it would be to same thing, just a transparent border in this case. And I will call get border here. So I think that's fine. Okay. We need to add some border radius maybe as well here. So I don't know, border radius dot all radius dot circular 4 should be okay, I think. Except yeah. Little rounded corners in the borders as well. Text color needs to be white if it has already been attempted actually. What is today's word? I don't know. Crisp maybe. Let's see. Okay. Yellow words, I don't know what it does, but yeah, I think it changes it to white only. So that's today's word apparently. Anyway, so this green also supposed to be, I don't know, apple green. And we need to get the color of the text color. So text color is supposed to be coming from here. Style, text style. We have a text color there as well. So if not attempted, probably very dark black. And else okay, so we will have color here as good. So when you start typing something that's in black, when we finish it, then it goes away. I'm not doing the animations like flipping and all of that as of now. Just the basic sort of functionality sort of done as of now. Sounds good, right? Now you have to handle the game over part of it so that before the, if the word actually matches, then we sort of reset the game and all of that also has to happen.
So we have about half an hour. In half an hour, I am not sure if I can actually do the backend part. In fact, I will try to do it probably on the next weekend. Then set up a backend server so that we can do multiplayer Wordle and send invites to people with this game. We will have to fetch the data. So we will have a copy of the data locally as well. So I'll just tell you what are the things we will do to enable the multiplayer thing. So what we will do is here these words that are there. What we can do is we can actually get a MD5 sum of these words. So let's say I go and do okay. So let's take a string. Let's say like away. Is the MD5. We can actually take the first few characters of the MD5 like this, like EFB5, EFB580, and we can actually make the JSON a little different from this, right? So what we could do is so we take the case of able C0 db. So this basically. So what I will do is we can take the first 6 letters. Okay. And I will do the same thing for all the words actually. So the words basically become like a hash table instead, right? Rather than an array like this. So every word has a sort of key. So I can do it with this as well. Hash. That's acid, right? Yeah. So six is actually reasonably good size, and the keys will not actually collide. Okay. So what we'll do is we'll create hashes for every word and create a map like this and put it on the server. We'll keep the list of the words on the app also. We don't need the map. We can just keep these words on the app, but these words will keep on the app. So the reason we keep it on the app is so that we can quickly check if the word exists or not when we are making the attempt, whether the word exists or not, right? Because like in Wordle, what happens is that if I try out a word like let me see quickly, yeah. So if I try out with a word that's not a correct word, like if I try there is no word like UITEW, it says not in the word list. Okay. So this thing, if I want to implement, what I will have to do is on the app side, I will have to keep a copy of the list of words so that I can do this matching. But on the server, I will have this mapping of this list. So now if I start a game and I get acid as my word, this becomes my online key to join the game. So what I will do is I will, ask somebody to join at, let's say, wordle.app slash this. And when somebody joins this link, right, wordle.app slash F9, this. Okay, just maybe keep it here for better readability. Yeah. So when somebody comes and joins sort of this link, two people who both join this link, they will get the same word actually. So I can start a new game. I will get a link and I will send this link to someone else. They will also join the game and they will get the
same word. And on the server side, I will create this. So that is something that I intended to do, so that we can start a new game, and we'll get sort of the word ID and something like this, which is also fine. We can actually do it without a server also. In fact, if we want to, if we keep the map of these MD5 sums actually on the app side, both the things are sort of possible. That is something that I wanted to do. I think I will just do that in the next session, probably next week, and I will sit down and actually do that. For now, what I can, the other thing that I can do is actually deploy this site using GitHub Actions, because it's made in Flutter and it's for Flutter web. So I can sort of deploy it, and you guys can all play this game that has been made till now actually. Before that, a couple of corrections we need to do in the game state provider. We will have to select here that when we press enter, we have to also check that if state dot valid words dot contains current attempt. If not, then we have to sort of return something like we can actually print an error also, I think. Let me see in Flutter. We can do a bunch of things. I think we can do Flutter error dot on error, and then I think what is Flutter error dot present error? I don't know. Okay. Anyway, I mean, we can do a bunch of things here. You can throw some error or anything. But anyway, for now, I can just do this. Print this not in valid words list. Something we had to do because if the currently attempted thing. So this way, what we can do is, like, if I write a word like HIJKL and I press enter, I should not be able to go to the next row because this is not the correct word. Okay, we have to show the error, like not in word list, all those errors and all of that stuff also we'll have to work on. But I think this is sort of something that's done. But if I use, okay, and finally, if we reach sort of the correct word or something, then we can sort of reset the I don't know, the app or something like that. That's also something we will have to do. So you can, do various things around that. You can add a delay and then reset the app. If the current attempt is actually the correct word, right? Anyway, so I think now this is done. I will just push this code once. Awesome. Now, let's see if I can deploy this site also actually. So to deploy this site, I will check once how to, GitHub Actions, Flutter, build web. Let me see. There is a GitHub Actions web page. So apparently, we can do something about that. Automatically publish Flutter app on GitHub pages. So there are certain things we can do about this. So we'll go and actually add a GitHub action workflow for let's say I call it Flutter web publish. Sorry. Dot YAML. Every time main branch is pushed, I will run this job. Okay, so that's what this means. I will create a job. So the job would be to build. Okay. So a couple of things we need to do. So we'll have to add some steps. So first step would be to check out my repository. After I check out the repository, there is a Flutter action available, which I just checked. So there is this. This is how to run Flutter actions on GitHub Actions, so Flutter related steps on GitHub Action. So I will do is this. So I have to specify which channel, so Flutter stable, with which it will build. Apart from that, what I will have to do is I have to run Flutter pub get so that it can install the repositories, and then it will run Flutter build web release. Okay. So
So let's see if it can build my Flutter app on GitHub Actions or not, right? So I will just where can I find that out? So I will go to my repository. Let's see if the GitHub action is running or not. So apparently something failed here. Line number 15, some error. Okay, what's the error? Or you have to use a Flutter version as well. Okay, what's my Flutter version? I think Flutter 2.8.1. So let's do. Uh-oh. What's the problem? Steps, uses, seems okay. Oh, I have to indent this here. I think the steps, okay. Okay. 0.8.1 channel stable and Flutter build web release. Let's see now. Okay, line 12. Seems like it's all correct. Okay, let's see if the build is running or not. If the build is running, then we will try to publish this project as well. Checkout has worked. It's installing Flutter. So if we build this website, actually, what will happen is it will get deployed somewhere here. We have to deploy the GH pages branch on GitHub. So I think there is a GitHub action GH pages. So there's an action for GH pages. Actually, this deploys websites to GH pages. So there's a way to deploy this. So what I will do is we'll deploy our website to GH pages like this. Did the build work? Okay. So this wasn't actually the build. I'll have to run. Then we need to do is actually deploy so for that we will use this action GH pages, this one. So we will run it only if we are on branch name is here, but still we can actually run that. That's fine. We'll have to pass the GitHub to and the publish directory. So publish directory would be what happens if I run here Flutter build web. So the directory in which it gets built is actually build/web. So this is where it is going to be built. So I will deploy the directory /build/web. One more little thing that we need to handle is that this will get deployed somewhere here. academy.github.io/Wordle clone. So for this /Wordle clone part to correctly work, we generally have to pass this value, Flutter base href actually. So to handle that, what we can do is we will add this little environment variable here. And when we are building it, we will add this base href value here.
Okay, what does this do? Let's see. It should deploy it to the GH pages branch. It will first build it, create this folder, build slash web, then deploy this folder to the GH pages branch, and then we will have to just see if it works or not. Let's see. It works. I think all of you all should be able to check it out, run it, and see. So let's push to GH pages. Technically, let's see. We should have a branch called GH pages. Yeah. This is where it has deployed. Now let's see if we can go to settings and pages. Site is already published. GH pages, save. I think I'll have to make one more push to GH pages for it to actually work. I don't know. Yeah, we'll have to push once more. So let me, after doing the GitHub settings, you have to push one more time for it to actually work. That's a small bug on GitHub. So this index and all, if there is anything to update, let's see. Title and all is sort of there. Maybe we can add some description. Oh, there is already Wordle Clone in Flutter. It's fine. We update the title like this. Yeah. Just push one more time. Let's wait for the build to happen. This is the URL where it would be available. I will just sort of. Oh, it's already available on the URL. It seems. Oh, it's actually available. So I'll just send the URL once on the YouTube chat. I'll also send it inside the Discord server. Yeah. Try it out, folks, and see if it works for you or not. You can select different difficulty levels. You can select different word sizes, and you can play the game. We have to add a lot of functionalities that exist in the main game. If anybody is interested, you can help in that. So sort of, after you win the game, there is a way to, share this game as well. So yeah, so you can sort of share. This result gets copied to the clipboard, which is basically emojis and all. That what was my Wordle score for today. So that gets copied. If you want to add the share functionality, or you want to add anything else functionality in the game, in our Wordle game, feel free to go ahead and do that. Okay. I think I will end today's session here. The multiplayer part, where it will fetch the words from the server and we can make common games, I think that we will try to cover in next week, and I'll try to do a session on that. Okay. Thank you for the folks who have turned up to watch this. Have a nice day.